Welcome to the House of Representatives. Your safety is our top priority. Please take a moment to familiarize yourself with our emergency exit plan. First, remember that illuminated exit signs will always show you the way. Please remain calm and follow these signs in an orderly manner. Now, for your specific location. If you are on the plenary floor, exits are at both ends, leading to the north and south wing lobbies. You may also use the main entrance glass doors, which open toward the flagpole area. If you are in the middle gallery, your primary exit is through the main entrance glass doors, located near the flagpole area. If you are in the second or third floor galleries, in addition to the main door on your level, emergency exits are located at the ends of the seat rows on both the east and west sides. All these exits will lead you to the main hallway stairways, going down to the main entrance and out to the flagpole area. A quick guide. If you are on the south side of the gallery, turn right as you go through the emergency exit. If you are on the north side, turn left. Both will lead you towards the main hallway stairways. If you are seated at the rostrum, your nearest exits are on the north and south sides, leading.
Good afternoon, mayang hapon, magandang hapon. Session is called to order. Everybody is requested, my dear colleagues, as requested to rise for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka masisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bakaw, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidinig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa'y magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng waraming pagsita, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga ating at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
My dear colleagues, please remain standing for the invocation to be led by 2nd District of Davao de Oro, Representative Linel Jong D. Sinesa.
Let us put ourselves in the holy presence of the Lord. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with humble hearts and grateful spirit. We thank you for the gift of life, for the blessings that surround us, and for the opportunity to gather once again in this plenary hall on the assumption of our session this 4th day of May. We lift up to you our beloved country, the Philippines, and the Filipino people we are called to serve. In these challenging times, marked by rising costs, uncertainty, and division in our public life, we ask your guidance and a steady hand upon our nation. Grant us the wisdom and discernment to navigate the challenges and complexities of our time. Help us to make decisions that are just, responsive, and anchored on the real needs of our people. Bless this assembly, and may our work be worthy of the trust given to us by the people. All this we ask in your most holy name. Amen.
Amen. The Secretary General is directed to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. Abalos, Abante, Asidre, Acop, Acosta, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Agyao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario Chino Miguel, Almario Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison Munir Jr., Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Ayon, Bagaw, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Bangkoro, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista Claude, Bautista Joan Monique, Bautista Lim, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Bernos Ching, Bernos JB, Biron, Bocobo, Bulilia, Bondok, Briones, Bulot Begtang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Kawagdan, Kari, Castro, Kaiton, Celeste, Sendanya, Ceniza, Chan, Jan Franz Norbert Joselito Almario, Chan Junard, Chua, Chuatay, Chungalaw, Ko Pilar, Coangco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coangco Mark, Colliantes, Corvera, Cruz Agatha, Cruz Ricardo, Cruzado, Kuwa, Dagook, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Lima, De Venecia, Defensor, De Gamo, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Di Makuha, Di Magila, Di Maporo Imelda, Di Maporo City Amina, Diokno, Dionisio, Domingo, Dumogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Elago, Emano, Enverga, Erice, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Pereira Antonio, Pereira Jeffrey, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galang, Galeos, Garbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Guardiola, Garin, Gatchalian, Gato, Glepa, Gomez, Gonzales Alexandria, Gonzales Alisa Micaela, Gonzales Christopher Sheen, Gonzales Roy, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulyas, Gutierrez, Hernandez Cherise Ann, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Hofer Hasim, Oribata, Ismula, EY, Javier, Ko Antonio, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Ko, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo Jose Manuel, Lagdameo Monique Yasmin Maria, Lagman, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Ledesma, Legacion, Legarda, Legaspi, Leviste, Libanan, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Makasaet, Maseda, Madrona, Malapitan, Manguda Datu, Manikis, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Waminal Henry, Owenal Sancho Fernando, Oducado, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Oreta, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Poe, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Ridon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Ilolio, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romualdez Andrew Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salvacion, Salvador, Salvame, San Fernando, Santos Maria, Alana Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Suntay, Talyado, Tan Ayman, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Mika, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chay, Tan Watko, Tariela, Teodoro, Tereng, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tinyo, Tolentino, Tuan, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Mike Wendell, Tupas, Chutor, T, Umali, Ungab, Uy De Carlo, Uy Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Veloso, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte Michael Luis, Miguel Luis, Villafuerte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap Jan Gisnel, Yatko, Inares, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 226 members responded to the call.
With 226 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Original daw po. Yes, sir.
Let's start. Session resume. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, considering that copies of Journal number 33 dated March 16 to 18, 2026 were already distributed to the members, I move to dispense with the reading thereof and subsequently to approve the same.
Thank you. Is there no objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The reading of the said journal is dispensed with, and journal number 33, dated March 16 to 18, 2026, hereby approved. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move to proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as Communications Committee reports.
Secretary General, please proceed. Ma'am.
Reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill number 8644, an act establishing a Level 1 Department of Health to hospital in the municipality of Madrieros, Bantayan Island, province of Cebu, and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Shimura.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8645, an act creating one additional branch of regional trial court in the 2nd Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Cabugao, province of Apayao, and appropriating funds therefore. Amending for the purpose Section 14B of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Organization Act of 1980, as amended, by Representative Bullet Begtang.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill number 8646, an act amending Republic Act number 10149, otherwise known as the GOCC Governance Act of 2011, by Representative Matibag.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization. Please proceed.
House Bill number 8648, an act protecting Filipino consumers from arbitrary price increases of liquefied petroleum gas and promoting transparency in the Philippine downstream oil industry, amending for the purpose Sections 14, 19, and 24 of Republic Act number 8479, otherwise known as the Downstream Oil Industry Deregulation Act of 1998, by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill number 8649, an act mandating full disclosure of government expenditures through an open, secure, and technology-neutral digital platform with mechanisms for real-time public access, data integrity, and accountability in the use of public funds and for other purposes, by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill number 8650, an act disqualifying relatives of public officials within the 4th civil degree of consanguinity and affinity from all government contracts and providing penalties therefore, by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill number 8651, an act reforming the party list system, amending Republic Act number 7941, otherwise known as the Party List System Act, and for other purposes, by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill number 8652, an act mandating the phased reduction of tollway fees on all expressways in the Philippines, providing mechanisms for implementation, funding, and review, and for other purposes, by Representative Kong Hoon.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 8653, an act providing emergency relief to Filipino households and vulnerable sectors during extraordinary fuel price spikes and inflationary shocks, establishing mechanism for implementation, funding, and review, and for other purposes, by Representative Kong Hoon.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill number 8654, an act providing for a comprehensive and responsive civil registration and vital statistics system, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 3753 or the Philippine Civil Registry Act of 1930 and providing funds therefore. By Representative Digamo.
To the Committee on Population and Family Relations.
House Bill number 8655, an act strengthening the architecture profession, amending for the purpose certain provisions of Republic Act number 9266, otherwise known as the Architecture Act of 2004, by Representative Singson Richelle.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill number 8656, an act creating the Council for the Built Environment, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Singson Richelle.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill number 8657, an act further amending Presidential Decree number 449, also known as the Cockfighting Law of 1974, as amended, and Presidential Decree number 1802-A, empowering the barangay chairperson in the local government units in the regulation of cockfighting during barangay fiestas, by Representative EY.
To the Committee on Games and Amusement.
House Bill number 8658, an act upgrading the classification of Lipa District Office of the Land Transportation Office in Lipa, Batangas from Class C to Class A District Office and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 8659, an act strengthening the decentralized governance of basic education, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 9155, otherwise known as the Governance of Basic Education Act of 2001, and providing funds therefore, by Representatives Romulo and Roman.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 8660, an act prohibiting and suspending the imposition and implementation of any new national tax and any increase in any existing national tax and imposing a temporary moratorium on any new local tax and any increase in local tax rates and for other purposes, by Representative Suarez.
To the Committee of Ways and Means.
House Bill number 8661, an act promoting the adoption of digital payments for financial transactions of the government and all merchants, by Representative Lagbas.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill number 8662, an act mandating scholarship beneficiaries to plant a tree or any plant in their backyard or community as a form of contribution in exchange for the monetary assistance they receive and for other purposes, by Representative Yolago.
To the Special Committee on Reforestation.
House Bill number 8663, an act to establish a grant program to provide vision care to children, by Representative Yolago.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill number 8664, an act providing for the employment of a mental health officer in every city and municipality in the Philippines, by Representative Yolago.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8665, an act providing for the mandatory appointments of municipal and city agriculturists and veterinarian officers, amending for the purpose certain provisions of Republic Act number 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991, by Representative Barbers.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 8666, an act providing for the Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers, by Representative Ang.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 8667, an act increasing the asset threshold of barangay micro-business enterprises, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 9178, otherwise known as the Barangay Micro-Business Enterprises Act of 2002, by Representative Barbers.
To the Committee on Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises Development.
House Bill number 8668, an act mandating the construction of the Zamboanga Peninsula Expressway with a parallel railway system and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Amatong.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 8669, an act further amending Republic Act number 7277, otherwise known as the Magna Carta for Persons with Disability, as amended, and to provide for the lifetime validity of identification cards issued to persons with permanent disability, by Representative Soriano.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill number 8670, an act declaring a one-month tax holiday, exempting compensation income from income tax and for other purposes, by Representative Soriano.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill number 8671, an act establishing safeguards for the use of social media by minors, promoting a safe and age-appropriate digital environment, and protecting minors from digital addiction and for other purposes, by Representative Soriano.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill number 8672, an act mandating law enforcement officers to use a body-worn camera during law enforcement operations, providing penalties for violations and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Soriano and Tulfo Jocelyn.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill number 8673, an act providing hazard pay for civilian government personnel assigned or deployed in the West Philippine Sea, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representatives Sendanya, Diokno, Ismula, and Bagao.
To the Special Committee on West Philippine Sea.
House Bill number 8674, an act providing a comprehensive charter for barangays and barangay officials and workers, defining their rights, benefits, and financial entitlements, and providing funds therefore, by Representative Emano.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 8675, an act strengthening and revitalizing the Philippine banana industry and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Emano.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 8676, an act promoting enterprises and employment in the silver economy, creating incentives for age-inclusive companies and for other purposes, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs and Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill number 8677, an act establishing inclusive technical, vocational education and training programs for learners with disabilities and for other purposes, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 8678, an act establishing a national program for women's health access, strengthening preventive and primary healthcare services for women, and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8679, an act strengthening community-based fire prevention and response mechanisms through the establishment of barangay fire brigades, fire safety training, and community fire resilience programs in all barangays and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill number 8680, an act strengthening consumer protection in cases of service interruptions and deficient performance by regulated consumer services, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill number 8681, an act amending Republic Act number 9266, otherwise known as the Architecture Act of 2004, and for other purposes, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulations.
House Bill number 8682, an act providing for the conversion of F. Dolalia Street, Linguanan, in the city of Valenzuela, Metro Manila, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 8683, an act providing for the conversion of Sapang Bacau Street, Lawang Bato, in the city of Valenzuela, Metro Manila, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 8684, an act providing for the conversion of C.J. Santos Malinta in the city of Valenzuela, Metro Manila, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 8685, an act providing for the revised Cooperative Code of the Philippines, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Cooperatives Development.
House Bill number 8686, an act abolishing the Optical Media Board created under Republic Act number 9239, transferring its powers and functions to the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines and for other purposes, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Public Information and Committee on Government Reorganization.
House Bill number 8687, an act providing local chief executives joint authority with the Bureau of Fire Protection in the appointment of fire marshals and discipline of personnel in their respective jurisdictions, amending for the purpose pertinent provisions of Republic Act number 6975 as amended, otherwise known as the Department of the Interior and Local Government Act of 1990, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill number 8688, an act mandating the formulation and institutionalization of a comprehensive infrastructure development master plan, establishing the Master Plan for Infrastructure and National Development Council and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 8689, an act mandating the proper management, bundling, and removal of dangling and non-operational overhead utility wires and cables, and prescribing penalties therefore, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 8690, an act defining defensive driving and providing for the protection of motor vehicle drivers involved in a road accident with sufficient proof of their defensive driving, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 8691, an act strengthening the people's right to information, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill number 8692, an act to establish the Magna Carta for Barangays, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 8693, an act providing for protection of the remittances of overseas Filipino workers, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill number 8694, an act granting menstrual leave to female employees, providing benefits therefore and other purposes, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Labor, Employment, and Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulations.
House Bill number 8695, an act prohibiting the use of mobile devices and other electronic gadgets during class hours from kindergarten to senior high school in all public and private education institutions, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 8696, an act declaring July 16 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Alabat, province of Quezon, in celebration of its annual town fiesta, by Representative Tan Keith Maika.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 8697, an act increasing the service incentive leave of employees, amending for the purpose of Article 95 of Presidential Decree number 442, as amended, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines, by Representative Tan Keith Maika.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 8698, an act converting the satellite office of the Maritime Industry Authority located in the municipality of Guian, province of Eastern Samar, into a regular extension office and appropriating funds therefore, by Representatives Gonzales, Christopher Sheen, and Libanan.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 8701, an act mandating higher education institutions to digitalize processing systems of academic records and to provide copies thereof free of charge to fresh graduates who are applying for employment, by Representative Marcos.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 8703, an act providing for the Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers, by Representative Ako.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 8704, an act regulating the access of minors to social media platforms, requiring the age verification and parental consent mechanisms, providing safeguards for children online and for other purposes, by Representative Emano.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill number 8705, an act strengthening Article 148 of Executive Order number 209, otherwise known as the Family Code of the Philippines, by clarifying the rules on co-ownership, defining contribution, providing evidentiary guidelines, and for other purposes, by Representative Emano.
To the Committee on Population and Family Relations.
House Bill number 8706, an act prohibiting the collection of reconnection fees for disconnected accounts of public utility services, including electricity, water, telecommunications, and internet services, and providing penalties for violations thereof, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdez Andrew Julian, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill number 8707, an act establishing the Philippine Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Framework, mandating cybersecurity standards for vital industries, providing cyber defense grants for small and medium enterprises, and appropriating funds therefore, by Representatives Tulfo Jocelyn and Tulfo Ralph Wendell.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill number 8708, an act further amending Batas Pambansa Bilang 22, otherwise known as the Bouncing Checks Law, to strengthen the proof of notice of dishonor, simplify its service, and for other purposes, by Representatives Tulfo Jocelyn and Tulfo Ralph Wendell.
Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill number 8709, an act enhancing the prosecution of online investment fraud and voice phishing, defining prima facie evidence for digital fraud, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 10175 and for other purposes, by Representatives Tulfo Jocelyn and Tulfo Ralph Wendell.
To the Committee on Information, Communications, Technology.
House Bill number 8710, an act strengthening the implementation of Animal Welfare Act through the establishment of public veterinary clinics in every city and municipality and the development of animal shelter facilities and services at the local level and for other purposes, by Representative Lazatin.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 8711, an act mandating the use of solar energy in all government infrastructure buildings and offices in the Philippines and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Chua.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill number 8712, an act granting the Bohol 2 Electric Cooperative, Inc. a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain distribution systems for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the municipality of Valencia, Garcia Hernandez, Yagna, Duero, Guindiluman, Anda, Candiday, Mabini, Alicia, Ubay, President Carlos P. Garcia, Pilar, Sierra Bullones, San Miguel, Dagohoy, Danao, Trinidad, Bienunido, Talibon, Getafe, and Buenavista, all in the province of Bohol, by Representatives Dagook and De Jesus.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the reference of business.
Session suspended.
Okay na, okay na.
Sessions resumed. Majority Floor Leader.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Speaker of the House, Faustina Bojidi, will now address the body.
Magandang araw sa inyong lahat, sa aking kapwang mambabatas at higit sa lahat, sa sambayan ng Pilipino na ating pong pinaglilingkuran. Sa araw na ito, hindi lamang natin muling binubuksan ang sesyon ng Kongreso. Sinasalubong natin ang panibagong yugto ng ating sama-samang paglalakbay bilang isang bansa. Hindi ito simpleng pagpapatuloy ng ating tungkulin. Ito ay pagpapatibay ng ating tunay na layunin at paninindigan. Dito sa ating institusyon, nagsumikap po tayong ipagpatuloy ang ating gawain. Our committees continued to function with focus and discipline, ensuring the governance remains steady, responsive, and accountable. Bago pa man mag-session break, mayroon na tayong 62 House bills na naisalang sa ikalawang pagbasa na direktang tumutugon sa pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. Kabila dito ang ilan sa mga mahalagang panukala na magpapabuti sa ating bayan. Ngayong linggong ito, tatalakayin natin ang National Land Use Act upang magkaroon tayo ng malinaw at pangmatagalang plano sa paggamit ng ating lupa at likas yaman. Panahon na rin na upang pagtibayin natin ang panukalang batas para sa 4 Ps upang matiyak ang tulong sa ating mga pinakamahihirap na kababayan ay mananatiling maayos at sapat at napapanahon. Para tugunan ang krisis sa dulot ng tensyon ng Middle East, agad nating binuo ang LEAD o Legislative Energy Action and Development Joint Committee na hindi lamang isang istruktura ng koordinasyon, kundi isang mas sistematiko at mas epektibong mga hakbang para makapagpasa ng mga batas na sasagot sa ating mga pinagdadaraanan. Alam naman natin na kapag tumaas ang langis, tumataas ang pamasahe, tumataas ang gastos ng mga manggagawa, tumataas ang presyo ng pagkain at ang unang tinatamaan ay ang pamilyang Pilipino. Sa ilalim ng LEAD, pinag-isa natin ang mga pangunahing sektor: enerhiya, agrikultura, pagkain, transportasyon, paggawa, ekonomiya, ICT, at kalakalan. Hindi ito magkakahiwalay na hakbang. Ito ang pagsulong ng isang matibay na plano, isang malinaw na direksyon upang may sakatuparan natin ang layunin natin para sa isang ekonomiyang gumagana at nagbibigay ginhawa sa araw-araw ng buhay ng Pilipino. Ito ang serbisyong kailangan natin ngayon, hindi panandalian, kundi pangmatagalan. Bukod sa LEAD Joint Committee, nanatili pong aktibo ang iba pang mga committee, tulad ng Committee on Justice na tumutok sa impeachment hearings. We also strengthened our role in the region through our active participation in IPA engagement, demonstrating that the Philippines remains both responsive at home and relevant abroad. To our colleagues who step forward to take the lead in these key House activities, Deputy Speaker Rachel Arenas, House Justice Committee Chairperson Jean K. Luistro, and House Ways and Means Chairperson Miro Kimbo, kasama ang mga chairperson ng 13 committees na bumubuo ng LEAD Joint Committee. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Thank you for your leadership, your diligence, your steadfast commitment to duty. Ito po ang diwa ng ating paglilingkod. Handa sa anumang hamon at laging nakatuon sa kapakanan ng bayan. Kaya para sa mga nagtatanim ng pagdududa sa isip ng taong bayan, nakikiusap po kami na itigil nyo na ang pagpakakalat ng fake news dahil hindi ito nakakatulong sa pagresolba sa mga problema ng ating bayan. Gusto ko rin pong idiin na wala po kaming ibang hangarin kundi makapaglingkod at gawin ang aming mga responsibilidad dito sa Kamara. Gagawin namin ang aming mandato at tungkulin ng makatarungan na tapat sapagkat naniniwala kaming walang anumang katumbas ang prinsipyo at dangal. Sa bawat desisyon, iisa lang ang aming gabay, ang aming pananagutan sa inyo at sa buong bayan. Our oath to uphold the welfare of our people and to ensure transparency and accountability in government. We resume our session as we called not only to act, but to act with purpose, discipline, and resolve. Kaya't kasama natin si Majority Floor Leader Sandro Marcos na isinusulong natin ang Kalinga Act of 2026, ang komprehensibong alalay sa livelihood, inflation, negosyo at good assistance bilang bahagi ng mas malawak na hangarin na palakasin ang kakayahan ng bawat Pilipino. Patatatagay natin ang ating ekonomiya at gawing mas maasaang support system ng gobyerno. Kasabay nito, patuloy nating patitibayin ang ating mga hakbang tungo sa energy security sapagkat ang isang bansa ay kailangan na may klarong plano at matibay na pundasyon. At mga kasama, kung tunay nating nais palakasin ang tiwala ng taong bayan sa ating institusyon, ipasa natin ang anti-political dynasty. Tututukan natin ang mga ito dahil narito tayo hindi lamang upang pangalagaan ang kasalukuyan. Narito po tayo upang maging handa para sa kinabukasan. Let us continue to work with President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. and move forward with a whole-of-government approach, coordinated, decisive, and anchored on long-term national interests. Sama-sama po nating itaguyod ang isang bagong Pilipinas. Tumindig tayo para sambayan ng Pilipino. Kumilos tayo ng may tapang, may bilis, at may maliwanag na hangarin. Inuulit ko po, walang katumbas ang ating prinsipyo at dangal. Lalo na pag ang usapin ay pananagutan. When it comes to fulfilling our mandate and our duty to uphold the interests of our people, we will not compromise and we will not waver. So let us move forward with conviction, unity, and purpose. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay ang kapulungan ng kinatawan. Mabuhay ang sambayan ng Pilipino. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Session will now resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, may we request to acknowledge the guests from the 36 officials and members of Zone 1 TODA from Subic, Zambales, the guest of our Honorable Deputy Speaker from the 1st District of Zambales, Representative Deputy Speaker Jefferson F. Congon. They are the following: their President, Fernando Batingan, Vice President Rolando Morales, the Secretary, Cecilia Rocio, Treasurer Camila Apostol, Auditor Roberto Bagares, PRO Jimmy Paule, Board of Trustees members Eduardo Estrada, Ronaldo Daco, Miguel Beltran, Federico Lacap, Renato Faundo, Armando de Guzman, Gian Favor, Rene Cultura, Muammar Jalaluddin, Ryan Christian Farce, Juanilio Dioyan, Raymond Rovero, Jefferson Togadi, Brian de la Cruz, Renato Baliwag, Alfredo Arcangel Jr., Renato Labio, Arnold Reyes, Rafael Pichay, Eduardo Pichay Jr., Edwin Huico, Robert Guevara, Martha Labe, Dario Mingito, Jose Jeronimo Jr., Eduardo Villanueva, Romeo Diaño, Frankie Beltran, Joel Calimbas, and Ronnie Salboza.
To my guest from the Zone 1 TODA, Subic, Zambales, welcome to the House of the People. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we also wish to recognize the guests of the representative from the 3rd District of Cotabato, Honorable Maria Alana Samantha T. Santos. They are from the Department of Education, Region 12, SDS Romelito G. Flores, Norman S. Valeroso, and Karen May Barato.
To the guest of Honorable Maria Alana Samantha Santos from the Department of Education, welcome to the House of the People. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to recognize the guests of Gabriela Women's Party List, Representative Sarah Jane Ilago, divorce advocates from the Divorce for the Philippines Now International, Ms. Cecil Hueco, Danilo Parino, Mikael Gamboa, Analiza David, Sara Abelia, Presca Antonio, Robelen Songco, Emily Dilag, Teresita Sierra, Evelyn Costales, Rowena Tacorda, Winston Ibanez, Mary Rose Rosas, Gwen Montaño, Nia Gilogo, Julian Stefani Malong, Andrea Kristen Azarcon, Carl Joseph Alcones, Alfonso Tuliao, Marife Lagrosa, Juvi Giltendes, Ruth San Pedro, Franz Robert Aquino, Joanna Rulian, John Michael Layson, Rick Gabriel Calaguas, Imelda Di Macali, Angeline Vinarao, Yiha Adike, John Mark Tolentino, Ruth Nicolas, Melanie Barameda, Shaina Derecho, Jerry Chris Mayuga, Wendy May Balangay, Jasmine Elcanto, Cedric Bulfa, Amalin Gayon, Jerome Ontal, Dustin James Cristobal, Justine Dianon, Dohira Cafe, Cyrene Sausa, Emmanuel Ison, Akia Nicole Sanan, and Angeline Vinarao.
To the guest of the Honorable Sarah Jane Ilago of Gabriela Women's Party List, from the Advocates of Divorce for the Philippine Now International, welcome to the House of the People. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we'd like to acknowledge the guests of Honorable Edwin L. Cruzado representative of the 1st District of Cotabato. They are the delegates and organizers of the Youth Policy Builders Lab, namely Attorney Earl Gwen Padayaw, Isley Nicole Ricato D, Patrick Emmanuel Malig, Gabriel Victor Martinez, RJ Emmanuel Hardinian, and Shane Rivera.
To the guest of Honorable Edwin L. Recruzado of the representative 1st District of Cotabato, welcome to the House of the People. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume the reference of business.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion approved.
Reference of business, House Bill number 8713, an act requiring the recognition of healthcare proxies by all health service providers and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Dimaporo City Amina.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8714, an act institutionalizing a targeted fuel subsidy program for public transport workers, farmers, municipal fisherfolk, and other vulnerable sectors during periods of abnormal fuel price increases, providing funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Yap Christopherson.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill number 8715, an act providing immediate economic relief measures in response to fuel price hikes, by Representative Tiangco.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill number 8716, an act strengthening legal protections against rape and other forms of sexual abuse and exploitation, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 11648, Republic Act number 8353, otherwise known as the Anti-Rape Law of 1997, and Act number 3815 as amended, otherwise known as the Revised Penal Code, by Representative De Lima.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws and the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill number 8717, an act imposing stiffer penalties and strengthening protections against gender-based sexual harassment, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 11313, otherwise known as the Safe Spaces Act, by Representative De Lima.
To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality.
House Bill number 8718, an act upholding and promoting campus journalism and campus press freedom, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 7079, entitled an act providing for the development and promotion of campus journalism and for other purposes, penalizing violations against campus press freedom and for other purposes, by Representative De Lima.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 8719, an act establishing a 10-kilometer municipal fishing buffer zone beyond municipal waters, protecting municipal fishing and artisanal fisher folks, amending for the purpose sections 4 and 18 of Republic Act number 8550, otherwise known as the Philippine Fisheries Code of 1998, as amended and for other purposes, by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill number 8720, an act strengthening coconut farmers' participation in the utilization of the Coconut Farmers and Industry Trust Fund, amending for the purpose certain provisions of Republic Act number 11524, otherwise known as the Coconut Farmers and Industry Trust Fund Act, and for other purposes, by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 8721, an act mandating the establishment of fisherfolk resettlement areas by the Department of Agriculture, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and local government units, amending for the purpose Section 108 of Republic Act number 8550, otherwise known as the Philippine Fisheries Code of 1998, as amended, by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill number 8725, an act providing for the conversion of JCT Loay Interior Road, Poblacion, Dagohoy, La Esperanza, Taming, Danao Road, located in the province of Bohol, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Aumentado.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 8726, an act mandating the installation and utilization of solar energy systems in all government buildings and offices, providing funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Aumentado.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill number 8727, an act establishing comprehensive therapy and support centers for children with special needs, including attention deficit hyperactivity disorder and autism spectrum disorder in every province and highly urbanized city nationwide, and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Aumentado.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8728, an act amending Republic Act number 7942, otherwise known as the Philippine Mining Act of 1995 and other pertinent laws, to enhance the share of provincial government units in the income derived from large-scale quarrying operations, by Representative Aumentado.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill number 8729, an act establishing a Magna Carta for foresters and forest rangers, providing for salary standardization, benefits, hazard pay, and career development, and for other purposes, by Representative Aumentado.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill number 8730, an act granting the Capiz Electric Cooperative, Inc. a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain distribution systems for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the city of Rojas and municipalities of Cuartero, Dao, Dumarao, Dumalag, Ivisan, Hamindan, Maayon, Mambusao, Panay, Panitan, Pilar, Pontevedra, President Rojas, Sapian, Sigma, and Tapaz, all in the province of Capiz, by Representative Beltran.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill number 8731, an act reclassifying certain parcels of land of the public domain located in General Santos City as alienable and disposable lands, by Representative Banyas Nograles.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill number 8732, an act mandating the stockpiling and accessibility of anti-venom in all regional hospitals and medical centers, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Banyas Nograles.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8733, an act imposing an excise tax on single-use plastic bags, amending for the purpose Section 288 and adding a new Section 150-C in the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended, and for other purposes, by Representative Banyas Nograles.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill number 8734, an act providing for the fair and accountable use of social media, artificial intelligence, and internet technology for the holding of free, orderly, honest, peaceful, and credible elections, providing penalties for violations thereof, and for other purposes, by Representative Banyas Nograles.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill number 8735, an act amending Republic Act number 6770, otherwise known as the Ombudsman Act of 1989, to strengthen the Office of the Ombudsman by enhancing its investigatory powers, defining inordinate delay, increasing its budget allocation, enhancing human resources, and improving the recruitment and training of personnel, and for other purposes, by Representative Banyas Nograles.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill number 8736, an act further amending Section 450 of Republic Act number 7160 as amended by Republic Act of 9009 to include income from plantation-based industries and large-scale agriculture in the computation of municipal income for purposes of cityhood, by Representative Banyas Nograles.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 8737, an act creating a system of partnership between local governments and civil society organizations through the establishment of a People's Council in every local government unit, prescribing its powers and functions, by Representative Odocado.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 8738, an act integrating voter education in the junior and senior high school curricula, by Representative Odocado.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 8739, an act strengthening the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, repealing for the purpose Presidential Decree number 1467 as amended, entitled Creating the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, prescribing its powers and activities, providing for its capitalization, and for the required government premium subsidy, and for other purposes, by Representative Odocado.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill number 8740, an act declaring Mindanao as the food basket of the Philippines, providing for its sustainable agricultural development and for other purposes, by Representative Odocado.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 8741, an act increasing the service incentive leave of employees, amending for the purpose Article 95 of Presidential Decree number 442 as amended, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines, by Representative Odocado.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 8742, an act instituting a national dam safety program, establishing the National Dam Safety Authority, penalizing violations therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Odocado.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 8743, an act establishing the Philippine National Public Park System and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Odocado.
To the Committee on Tourism and the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill number 8744, an act implementing the people's right to information and the constitutional policies of full public disclosure and honesty in the public service and for other purposes, by Representative Odocado.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill number 8745, an act ordaining the promotion of social enterprises to alleviate poverty, establishing for the purpose the poverty reduction through social entrepreneurship program, and providing support, benefits, and appropriations therefore, by Representative Odocado.
To the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development.
House Bill number 8746, an act providing for a rural employment assistance program and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Odocado.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 8747, an act establishing a ban on the importation of solid waste, providing penalties and for other purposes, by Representative Odocado.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 8748, an act providing for a Magna Carta for dignified commuting, creating the National Office of Commuter Affairs, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Odocado.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 8749, an act providing for the Magna Carta of Young Farmers, by Representative Odocado.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 8750, an act establishing job placement offices in public high schools to provide career services to the youth, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Odocado.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 8751, an act granting benefits and incentives to overseas Filipino workers investing in business in the Philippines, by Representative Odocado.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill 8752, an act defining and penalizing road rage, providing administrative sanctions and for other purposes, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 8753, an act strengthening national defense against espionage, cyber espionage, and unauthorized foreign intelligence activities, protecting classified government information and critical information infrastructure, establishing a national framework for counter-espionage and cyber intelligence defense, prescribing penalties for violations and for other purposes, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws and the Committee on National Defense and Security.
House Bill 8754, an act mandating the formulation and institutionalization of a comprehensive infrastructure development master plan, establishing the Master Plan for Infrastructure and National Development Council, and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 8755, an act strengthening the regulation of online transactions involving health products, expanding the powers of the Food and Drug Administration under Republic Act No. 9711, and enhancing Republic Act No. 11967, imposing liability on digital platforms and for other purposes, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 8756, establishing safeguard for the use of social media by minors, promoting a safe and age-appropriate digital environment, and protecting minors from digital addiction and for other purposes, by Representatives Galang, San Fernando, Hernandez, Chariz, Ann, Lacson, Odocado, and Daza.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 8757, an act separating the Oslob National High School located in Barangay Lagunde, Municipality of Oslob, Province of Cebu, from its mother unit, the Santander National High School, converting it into an independent national high school and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Galeos.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 8758, establishing a mechanism for the temporary suspension of toll fees during periods of high global oil prices and for other purposes, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 8759, strengthening and expanding the professional rights and work incentives of public school teachers, amending Republic Act No. 4670 to be known as the Expanded Magna Carta for Public School Teachers, by Representative Lacson.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 8760, an act providing a fuel subsidy for municipal fisherfolk, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Gintu.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill 8761, an act establishing a National Science High School in Barangay Santa Isabel, Municipality of Dinalupihan, Province of Bataan, to be known as the Bataan National Science High School, Dinalupihan, and appropriating funds thereof, by Representative Garcia Maria Angela.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 8762, an act prohibiting the manufacture, importation, distribution, sale, advertisement, and use of electronic nicotine and non-nicotine delivery systems, including electronic cigarettes, vapes, and heated tobacco products, imposing liability on online platforms, strengthening border control measures, establishing strict liability in protected places, and providing penalties therefore, by Representative Garcia Maria Angela.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry and the Committee on Health.
House Bill 8763, an act strengthening the high-value crops development program by institutionalizing strategic and targeted agro-industrialization, promoting sustainable agroforestry and efficient utilization of marginal lands, building a robust bioeconomy and agricultural innovation system, creating for the purpose the Office of the Undersecretary for Agro-Industrialization, Bioeconomy and Innovation under the Department of Agriculture, amending for the purpose RA number 7900 and appropriating funds therefore, by Representatives Alba and Veloso Tuazon.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 8764, an act segregating Lot 3 and Lot 4 of Barangay Quillas, Baguio City from military reservation under Proclamation number 2405, converting them into alienable and disposable public land and declaring the same open for the disposition to bona fide qualified applicants and/or applicants under Republic Act number 730 or Republic Act number 10023 by Representative Domogan.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill number 8765, an act amending Republic Act number 7581, otherwise known as the Price Act, as amended by Republic Act number 10623 to include gasoline and diesel as prime commodities and for other purposes, by Representatives Tino, Elago, and Co.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 8766, an act regulating the downstream petroleum industry, repealing Republic Act number 8479, otherwise known as the Downstream Oil Industry Deregulation Act of 1998, and for other related purposes, by Representatives Tino, Elago, and Co.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 8767, an act mandating employers to provide a personal finance education program, amending for the purpose Presidential Decree number 442 as amended, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines, by Representative Acop.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 8768, an act providing sick leave and vacation leave benefits to all employees, amending for the purpose Article 95 of Presidential Decree number 442 as amended, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines, by Representative Acop.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 8769, an act instituting a national minimum wage system, amending for the purpose Presidential Decree number 442, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines as amended, by Representative Acop.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 8770, an act establishing the National Strategic Fuel Reserve and the Targeted Fuel Relief Program and providing funds therefore, by Representative Suntay.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 8771, an act amending certain provisions of Republic Act number 9482, otherwise known as the Anti-Rabies Act of 2007, to strengthen rabies prevention, promote responsible pet ownership, and prescribe penalties for non-compliance, by Representative Chuatay.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 8772, an act establishing a mechanism for the institutionalization of the construction of disaster-resilient evacuation centers in every city nationwide and defining the most disaster-prone areas of the country, providing funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Chuatay.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 8773, an act establishing mechanisms to combat malicious, deepfake, and manipulated digital media, empowering deputies of the Movie and Television Review and Classification Board to assist in the identification, investigation, and reporting of such content, providing content takedown mechanisms, defining prohibited acts, prescribing penalties, and for other purposes, by Representative Chuatay.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 8774, an act prohibiting open vehicle windows on expressways and superhighways, prescribing penalties therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Chuatay.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 8775, an act mandating all national government agencies of the Republic of the Philippines to allocate at least 1% of their land area, compounds, or unused office rooms or floors for the establishment of staff houses in all their offices nationwide, providing for their management, utilization, and development with the support of public-private partnerships facilitated by the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development and for other purposes, by Representative Chuatay.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 8776, an act providing for an in-school housing shelter program for public school teachers, establishing its mechanisms, appropriating funds for and for other purposes, by Representative Chuatay.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 8777, an act including the incumbent national and local officers of fraternities, sororities, and other organizations as persons liable for violations of the Anti-Hazing Act of 2018, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 11053, otherwise known as the Anti-Hazing Act of 2018, by Representative Teves.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 8778, an act strengthening the information dissemination and education campaign about Republic Act number 11053, also known as the Anti-Hazing Act of 2018, by Representative Teves.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 8779, an act mandating the establishment of animal shelters in every city and municipality and amending for the purpose Republic Act number 8485, otherwise known as the Animal Welfare Act of 1998, by Representative Lacson.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 8780, an act mandating the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council to promulgate guidelines for the rescue of livestock and working animals in cases of calamity, by Representative Lacson.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 8781, an act imposing civil penalties on unreasonable price increases for crude oil, fuel oil, and refined petroleum products, by Representative Lacson.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 8782, an act establishing a framework for critical party funding, political party development, and transparency in party financing and for other purposes, by Representative Adocado.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 8783, an act establishing public basic education schools in geographically isolated, disadvantaged, and conflict-affected areas, providing access roads leading to last-mile schools and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Adocado.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 8784, an act creating the Health Emergency Auxiliary Reinforcement Team under the Department of Health and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Adocado.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 8785, an act providing protection incentives to freelance workers, by Representative Adocado.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 8786, an act establishing green lanes for strategic investments, by Representative Adocado.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 8787, an act strengthening the regulatory powers of the National Food Authority to support the rice industry and ensure consumer protection through adequate supply and a stable price of rice, amending for the purpose Republic Act No. 8178, otherwise known as the Agricultural Tarification Act, as amended, by Representative Adocado.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 8788, an act strengthening Philippine disaster risk financing, institutionalizing a Philippine disaster risk financing insurance strategy for public infrastructure assets, and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Adocado.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 87810, an act strengthening the regulation of campaign finance, updating campaign expenditure limits, enhancing disclosure requirements, and for other purposes, by Representative Adocado.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 8790, to ensure that the party list system is reserved for the marginalized and underrepresented, amending Republic Act No. 7941 or the Party List System Act, by Representative Adocado.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill No. 8791, an act providing comprehensive support and benefits for children with critical illnesses and for other purposes, by Representative Adocado.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 8792, an act amending the Omnibus Election Code by inserting a new section after Article 9, Section 68 to clarify the status of natural-born Filipino citizens with dual citizenship and for other purposes, by Representative
To the
Adocado.
Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 8793, an act providing priority employment opportunities for barangay officials who have completed their terms of office in local government units and national government agencies subject to civil service eligibility and for other purposes, by Representative Adocado.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 8794, an act mandating the adoption of a digital by default rule in the delivery of government services, providing penalties for non-compliance and for other purposes, by Representative Adocado.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 8795, an act establishing a universal financial account system for all Filipinos, creating the Universal Financial Account Authority and providing funds and mechanisms for implementation, by Representative Adocado.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 8796, an act establishing an efficient small claim system through digitalization and AI-assisted case management, creating the enabling framework and for other purposes, by Representative Adocado.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 8797, an act abolishing the Optical Media Board, repeating for the purpose Republic Act No. 9239, otherwise known as the Optical Media Act of 2003, and transferring its powers and functions to the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines and for other purposes, by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Public Information and the Committee on Government Reorganization.
House Bill 8798, an act creating the Bureau of Agriculture Cooperative under the Department of Agriculture, appropriating funds for and for other purposes, by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 8799, an act providing for a health maintenance organization for public school teachers and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill No. 8800, an act standardizing the retirement benefits of justices, judges, and judiciary officials conferred with judicial rank, salary, and privileges, amending for the purpose Republic Act No. 910 as amended and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Yap
To the
Eric.
Committee on Justice.
House Bill No. 8801, an act providing for additional maternity leave to women with postpartum depression, expanding for this purpose the coverage of Republic Act No. 11210, otherwise known as the 105-day expanded maternity leave law and for other purposes, by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation, the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 8802, an act providing free medical and dental services to indigent children and for other purposes, by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 8803, an act providing for the monthly subsidy of parents of children with disability and providing funds therefore, by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill 8804, an act mandating an accident and life insurance coverage for construction workers by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 8805, an act establishing a National Cancer Center to be known as the National Cancer Center of the Philippines and appropriating funds therefore by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 8806, an act providing monthly maintenance medication support for senior citizens and providing penalties therefore by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 8807, an act strengthening startup development and enhancing fiscal incentives for private sector participation, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 11337, otherwise known as the Innovative Startup Act by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 8808, an act strengthening the national preparedness and response to the public health emergencies, establishing a medical reserve corps under the Department of Health, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 8809, an act increasing the penalties for the refusal of hospitals and medical clinics to administer appropriate initial medical treatment and support in emergency or serious cases, amending for the purpose Batas Pamansa Bilang 702, otherwise known as the Anti-Hospital Deposit Law, as amended and for other purposes by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 8810, an act mandating all correctional, custodial, and detention facilities to implement a contraband detection and control system and providing penalties for possessing, introducing, or aiding and abetting the entry of contraband inside such facilities by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 8811, an act strengthening the implementation of Republic Act 7600 as amended by Republic Act Number 10028 by requiring the establishment of lactation stations in rural health units and barangay health station centers and providing for DOH standard human milk banks and for other purposes by Representative Lazatin.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 8812, an act strengthening energy supply stability, ensuring system resilience, and institutionalizing a rules-based national energy emergency framework pursuant to Executive Order Number 110, Series of 2026 by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 8813, an act allowing accessory dwelling units and microhomes in residential lots nationwide, simplifying permits, providing incentives to homeowners and builders, promoting modular housing technologies, and accelerating affordable housing supply and appropriating funds therefore by Representatives Villaferte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Redon.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 8814, an act establishing a comprehensive framework for the development, promotion, and protection of the Philippine ube industry, declaring ube as a national priority crop, creating the Philippine Ube Industry Council, providing for quality standards and geographic indication for protection, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. By Representatives Villaferte Vincenzo Renato Luigi,
To the
Villaferte
Committee
Miguel
on
Luis, Horibata,
Agriculture
Redon.
and Food.
House Bill 8815, an act institutionalizing a national economic resilience framework, creating the National Economic Resilience Council and the Bayanihan Economic Stabilization Fund, and providing mechanisms for national emergency response and protection for other purposes by Representative Benitez Javier
To the
Miguel.
Committee on Economic Affairs.
House Bill 8816, an act granting a temporary 30-day grace period for the payment of residential electric bills of lifeline consumers, low-income households, and micro, small, and medium enterprises during a declared national energy emergency, prohibiting disconnection during the grace period, prohibiting the imposition of interest, penalties, and other charges thereon and for other purposes by Representative Degamo.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 8817, an act penalizing the malicious and deliberate dissemination of false information that undermines public order and national security, strengthening regulations on fake news through digital platforms and for other purposes by Representative Ataide.
To the Committee on Public Information and the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 8818, an act providing targeted subsidies for fuel, electricity, and food security to vulnerable sectors during a declared state of energy emergency or similar crisis and for other purposes by Representative Hernandez Chariz Ann.
To the Committee on Social Services.
House Bill 8819, an act further strengthening the government service insurance system by Representatives Tino Elago and Co.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 8820, an act mandating a maximum of 4 teaching loads for public school teachers by Representatives Tino Elago and Co.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 8821, an act institutionalizing automatic socio-economic relief, market stabilization, logistics continuity, labor protection, and energy contingency measures during a declared national energy emergency, including fuel supply disruption, loss, insufficiency, or severe disruption of electrical power, providing for mandatory grace periods for certain loans, rents, and utilities, a temporary moratorium on certain foreclosure, repossession, and similar adverse actions, emergency assistance to affected households and displaced workers, targeted support for transport, agriculture, fisheries, MSMEs, mining and construction enterprises, establishing an energy emergency relief fund for other purposes by Representative Nazal.
To the Committee on Social Services.
House Bill 8822, an act declaring the existence of a national energy emergency arising from the global crisis and from a national policy in connection therewith, and authorizing the President of the Republic of the Philippines for a limited period and subject to restrictions to exercise powers necessary and proper to carry out the declared national policy and for other purposes by Representative Mercado Revilla.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 8823, an act institutionalizing the Filipino Values Initiative, establishing the Institute of Filipino Values and Ethicology within the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, and promoting the integration of Filipino values across society and for other purposes, by Representatives Mercado Revilla, Revilla Brian, and Revilla Ramon Cholo.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 8824, an act amending Republic Act No. 8479, otherwise known as the Downstream Oil Industry Deregulation Act of 1998, ensuring competition in the industry, strengthening consumer protection and government enforcement, authorizing temporary tax relief on fuel products, and establishing an emergency oil price stabilization fund and for other purposes, by Representative De Lima.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 8825, an act reforming the value-added tax by expanding exemptions for basic goods and services and imposing appropriate taxation on luxury and non-essential items, amending for the purpose sections 106, 107, 108, 113, 114, and 115 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended by Representative Angeles.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 8826, an act establishing the AHON or Agapay sa Hanapbuhay at Operasyon ng Negosyo Program, providing temporary and targeted economic relief measures during a national energy emergency, authorizing limited and time-bound interventions to reduce transport and logistic costs, providing wage support, MSME financing, tax relief and fee adjustments, and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Valeriano.
To the Committee on Social Services.
House Bill 8827, an act imposing a cap on the value-added tax computation on petroleum products by limiting the gross selling price and total value subject to VAT during a declared national energy emergency, amending for the purpose sections 106 and 107 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended by Representatives Marcoleta and Makasaet.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 8828, an act recognizing autism spectrum disorder, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and Down syndrome as distinct and separate categories of disabilities, the Department of Health's Philippine Registry for Persons with Disabilities, and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative De Lima.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 8829, an act creating the National Commission on Disability Affairs, defining its powers, functions, and responsibilities, and appropriating funds therefore, and for other purposes, by Representative De Lima.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill 8830, an act instituting the Magna Carta for daycare workers and providing funds therefore, by Representative Acop.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 8831, an act institutionalizing the Binhi ng Pag-asa program under the Department of Agriculture, providing funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Acop.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 8832, an act providing for a Magna Carta of workers in informal economy, institutionalizing mechanisms for implementation thereof and for other purposes, by Representative Acop.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 8833, an act establishing a life crisis support system program for overseas Filipino workers and their left-behind families, by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, in view of the directive of Speaker Faustino Boji G.D. III to consolidate government action and craft a comprehensive legislative response to the escalating Middle East crisis with a focus on immediate relief, economic stability, and long-term resilience, I move to create the Ad Hoc Committee on Legislative Energy Action and Development with the following jurisdiction: all matters relating to the study, review, monitoring, coordination, as well as the formulation of legislative and policy measures necessary to prevent, mitigate, and respond to the actual or potential effects of crisis affecting energy, oil or supply, transportation, agriculture, food security, and the supply and pricing of basic commodities and essential goods, including the development of immediate response mechanisms, medium-term mitigation measures, and long-term strategies to strengthen national energy security, food security, supply resilience, price stability, economic preparedness, and effective interagency and public-private coordination during actual or emerging national emergencies and disruptions, and to be composed of the following committees: Committee on Ways and Means, Committee on Energy, Committee on Agriculture and Food, Committee on Appropriations, Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources, Committee on Economic Affairs, Committee on Foreign Affairs, Committee on Information and Communications Technology, Committee on Labor and Employment, Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs, Committee on Social Services, Committee on Trade and Industry, and Committee on Transportation. So moved, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, in view of the creation of the ad hoc committee on legislative energy action and development, I move to elect the chairperson of the Committee on Ways and Means as chairperson of the said ad hoc committee, and the chairpersons of the following committees as co-chairpersons thereof: Committee on Energy, Committee on Agriculture and Food, Committee on Appropriations, Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources, Committee on Economic Affairs, Committee on Foreign Affairs, Committee on Information and Communications Technology, Committee on Labor and Employment, Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs, Committee on Social Services, Committee on Trade and Industry, and Committee on Transportation.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of bills and resolutions on first reading as well as communications and committee reports.
There is a motion. There is an objection. Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to the title of the bills.
Additional reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill number 8834, an act establishing the Kalinga Program as a national emergency response framework to mitigate fuel-driven inflation, ensure energy and essential goods supply security, provide targeted and time-bound assistance to vulnerable sectors, grant flexible emergency powers to the President, and for other purposes, by Representatives D. Faustino and Marcos.
Ad hoc Committee on Legislative Energy Action and Development.
House Bill number 8835, an act increasing honorarium and Christmas incentives of barangay officials, including barangay tanods, members of the Luponan Tagapamayapa, among others, and granting other non-monetary benefits, amending for the purpose Section 393 of Republic Act number 7160 as amended, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991, by Representative Nazal.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 8836, an act amending Batas Pambansa Bilang 33 as amended by Presidential Decree number 1865 to include large-scale ore hoarding, profiteering, cartelization, and other acts of market abuse in the oil industry as forms of economic sabotage, and prescribing stiffer penalties therein and for other purposes, by Representative Degamo.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill number 8837, an act providing for the Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers, by Representative Roman.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 8838, an act temporarily suspending or reducing the imposition of value-added tax on petroleum products, amending for the purpose the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended, and for other purposes, by Representative De Viste.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill number 8839, an act creating the Fuel Regulatory Board and establishing an oil price stabilization fund and strategic petroleum reserve, thereby repealing provisions of Republic Act number 8479, otherwise known as the Downstream Oil Industry Regulation Act of 1998, by Representative Chua.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill number 8840, an act amending Section 24 of Republic Act number 8424, otherwise known as the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997, as amended and for other purposes, by Representative Abalos.
The Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill number 8841, an act promoting active mobility by establishing and integrating a safe pathways network of bicycle lanes, carefree days, walkways, and slow streets, and providing funds thereof, by Representatives Sendanya, Diokno, Ismola, and Bagao.
The Committee on Transportation, Committee on Sustainable Development Goals.
House Bill number 8842, an act amending Republic Act number 10586, otherwise known as the Anti-Drunk and Drug Driving Act of 2013, by Representatives Sendanya, Diokno, Ismola, and Bagao.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 8843, an act providing for educational assistance to children and dependents on farmers and fisher folks, providing funds therefore, by Representative Suntay.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food and the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill number 8844, an act expanding the coverage of Telecommuting Act and providing incentives for telecommuting employees, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 111565, otherwise known as the Telecommuting Act, and for other purposes, by Representative Suntay.
The Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 8845, an act preserving the traditional and indigenous sports and games of the Philippines, by Representative Benitez Javier Miguel.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill number 8846, an act creating the Aklan Piña Conservation and Innovation Center in the Municipality of Calibo, Aklan, defining its purposes and providing for its organization, management, programs, and funding, by Representative Benitez Javier Miguel.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 8847, an act declaring the Verde Island Passage in the provinces of Batangas, Marinduque, Occidental Mindoro, Oriental Mindoro, and Romblon, a protected area with a category of protected seascape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, to be referred as the Verde Island Passage Protected Seascape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Benitez Javier Miguel.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill number 8848, an act establishing the Seal of Good Cultural Governance for local government units, providing incentives therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Benitez Javier Miguel.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 8849, an act mandating the establishment of fisher folk resettlement areas with the Department of Agriculture, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and local government units, amending for the purpose Section 108 of Republic Act number 8550, otherwise known as the Philippine Fisheries Codes of 1998, as amended by Republic Act number 10654, by Representative Benitez Javier Miguel.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill number 8850, an act establishing multidisciplinary research centers regarding women's health and disease prevention and conducting a research program on hormone disruption for other purposes, by Representative Benitez Javier Miguel.
The Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8851, an act promoting the adoption of digital payments for financial transactions of the government and all merchants, by Representative Benitez Javier Miguel.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill number 8852, an act creating the Negros Island Region Development Authority, defining its powers and functions, providing funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Benitez Javier Miguel.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill number 8853, an act strengthening the conservation and protection of Philippine cultural heritage, amending for the purpose Presidential Decree number 1096, otherwise known as the National Building Code of the Philippines, by Representative Benitez Javier Miguel.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 8854, to act further strengthen local autonomy through a more nationalized system of decentralization, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 7160 as amended, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991, by Representative Benitez Javier Miguel.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 8855, an act incentivizing investments in petroleum refinery and renewable and green energy projects, providing fiscal and non-fiscal incentives and for other purposes, by Representative Hernandez Chariz Ann.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill number 8856, an act creating the Joint Congressional Commission on Justice System Reform, defining its powers and functions, providing funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Odocado.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill number 8857, an act instituting a national plan of action for the care, support, and inclusion of persons with autism spectrum disorder and appropriating funds therefore, by Representatives Rodriguez Rufus and Rodriguez Maximo.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8858, an act abolishing the Optical Media Board, repealing Public Act number 9239, the Optical Media Act of 2003, and creating the Digital Media Anti-Piracy Commission, by Representatives Rodriguez Rufus and Rodriguez Maximo.
To the Committee on Public Information and the Committee on Government Reorganization.
House Bill number 8859, an act amending Republic Act number 10699, or the National Athletes and Coaches Benefits and Incentives Act, by Representatives Rodriguez Rufus and Rodriguez Maximo.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill number 8860, an act establishing a more progressive and targeted tax system by increasing income tax exemptions and imposing solidarity wealth tax and windfall profits tax, amending for the purpose National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended, by Representative Mendoza.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill number 8861, an act strengthening the National Agriculture and Fisheries Extension System to accelerate agriculture and fisheries development, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Odocado.
To the Committees on Agriculture and Food and the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill number 8862, an act providing for the Magna Carta of Public Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Workers, promoting for their welfare, security of tenure, professional development, and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Legazpi.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill number 8863, an act amending Article 336 of Act number 3815, otherwise known as the Revised Penal Code, as amended, increasing the penalties for acts of lasciviousness, by Representatives Tan, Keith, Micah, and Montes.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill number 8864, an act regulating the registration, licensing, and utilization of electric two-wheeled and three-wheeled vehicles on major thoroughfares and expressways, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 4136, Republic Act number 11697, and Republic Act number 2000 and for other purposes, by Representative Poe.
Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 8865, an act providing for a national energy policy and framework for the establishment of an energy subsidy program, by Representative Ako.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill number 8866, an act upgrading the minimum salaries of public school teachers to salary grade 15, teaching personnel in higher education to salary grade 16, and of non-teaching personnel to 16,000 pesos, by Representative Ako.
To the Committee on Appropriation.
House Bill number 8867, an act creating the Environmental Health Administration as attached agency of the Department of Health, defining its powers and functions, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Acop.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8868, an act mandating calorie labeling in restaurants and food establishments to promote healthier and informed food choices and providing penalties for violation thereof, by Representative Espina.
The Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8870, an act imposing a temporary price ceiling of 70 pesos per liter on diesel fuel for a period of 6 months during a global oil crisis, providing funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Erice.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill number 8871, an act penalizing the malicious publication of false news against a person, by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Public Information and the Committee on Information and Communication Technology.
House Bill number 8872, an act protecting the right of people to freely and safely propagate their religion, guaranteed under Section 5, Article 3 of the 1987 Constitution, by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Human Rights.
House Bill number 8873, an act establishing a School of Medicine in the Bohol Island State University in the city of Tagbilaran, province of Bohol, and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Yap Arthur.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 8874, an act establishing a regular campus of the Bohol Island State University in the municipality of Dawis, province of Bohol, and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Yap Arthur.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 8875, an act creating Bohol Island State University Tourism and Sports Institute in the municipality of Balilihan, province of Bohol, and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Yap Arthur.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 8877, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Kyung Hee Lee, also known as Grace Lee, by Representative Padienos.
The Committee on Justice.
House Bill number 8878, an act establishing a science high school in Mambalacat City, Pampanga, to be known as the Mambalacat City Science High School and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Lazatin.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
Resolutions. House Resolution number 894, a resolution respectfully appealing to the Honorable Chairperson and the members of the Committee on Justice to expedite the resolution of the impeachment case against Vice President Sara Duterte, even during recess, to enable the House to concentrate on urgent matters arising from the Middle East crisis, including but not limited to the rising prices of fuel and other petroleum products, increased food prices and other basic commodities, higher transportation costs, retrenchment, and wage disparities, by Representative Tiangco.
The Committee on Justice.
House Resolution number 899, resolution directing the Committee on Indigenous Cultural Communities and Indigenous Peoples to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples' mandate to conduct effective and genuine consultation with Indigenous peoples before revising the 2012 Free, Prior, and Informed Consent Guidelines, by Representatives Ismola, Diokno, Sendanya, and Bagao.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution number 900, resolution directing the Committees on Women and Gender Equality, Information and Communications Technology, Welfare of Children, and Public Order and Safety to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the continuing proliferation of online sexual abuse or exploitation of children and child sexual abuse or exploitation materials, and into digital sexual exploitation and other forms of technology-facilitated gender-based violence affecting women and girls, with the end view of strengthening legal, institutional, and technological safeguards against such acts, by Representatives Matibag, Lagman, and Zamora Isabel Maria.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution number 901, resolution urging the Government Service Insurance System, the Home Development Mutual Fund, the Land Bank of the Philippines, and the Development Bank of the Philippines to implement a 3-month moratorium on the payment of loan amortizations for all government employees to mitigate the severe economic impact of the Middle East crisis and surging domestic fuel prices, by Representatives Bagao, Diokno, Sendanya, and Ismula.
The Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Resolution number 902, resolution urging the executive through the Department of Foreign Affairs to actively engage the negotiations for a legally binding instrument under the United Nations Human Rights Council to regulate transnational corporations with respect to human rights, by Representatives Ismula, Diokno, Sendanya, and Bagao.
The Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Resolution Number 904, resolution urging the Department of Social Welfare and Development, Department of the Interior and Local Government, Department of Agriculture, and other relevant agencies to expand the Walang Gutom program to include indigent mothers and strengthen the enhanced partnership against hunger to support small market vendors amid the price volatility arising from the U.S.-Iran conflict. By Representatives Ismula, Diokno, Sendanya, and Bagao.
To the Committee on Social Services.
House Resolution 907, a resolution urging the temporary suspension of airport and seaport fees and charges amid rising global fuel prices to mitigate travel and cargo shipping costs, support tourism, and protect jobs and livelihoods. By Representative Tutor.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Resolution 908, a resolution urging the Commission on Elections to study, develop, and pilot a hybrid election system that combines traditional in-person voting and computer-assisted manual counting in selected barangays in the upcoming November 2026 Barangay SK elections to determine its effective use in future Philippine elections. By Representative Macapagal Arroyo.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Resolution Number 909, a resolution calling for the immediate cessation of hostilities, the pursuit of peaceful dialogue, and the protection of civilians and amid escalating military aggression in Iran, and expressing concern over the global economic impacts of war, including escalating oil prices. By Representatives Co, Tino, Elago, Balindong, Emano, Hernandez Ferdinand, Defensor, Libanan, Erice, Oreta, Galang, Violago, Cruz, Agatha, Plato, Gonzales, Alisa, Micaela, Angeles, Marquez, Miraflores, Sagarbaria, Degamo, Daza, Mercado, Labad-Labad, Amatong, Bangkoro, Ofarasim, Dimaporo, Sitiamina, Lagbas, Uy de Carlo, Lagdameo, Jose Manuel, Dayang Hirang, Lumayag, Tuwan, Sakaluran, Swansing, Bella Vanessa, Alano, Adyong, Mangudadato, Odocado, Montes, Chan, Jan, Franz Norito, Pasilito, Garbin, Dagook, Nazal, Ridon, San Fernando, De Lima, Legazpi, Nisay, and Bautista Johan Munich.
The Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Resolution Number 910, a resolution directing the appropriate House Committee to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation on the death of Mark Kenneth Alcedo through hazing, with the end view of strengthening the provisions of Republic Act Number 8049 as amended by Republic Act Number 11053, also known as the Anti-Hazing Act of 2018. By Representative Teves.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 911, a resolution respectfully urging the Office of the President to generate savings from the 22.9 billion budget for the Philippine hosting of the 2026 ASEAN Summit and related meetings, and to use such savings for aid programs in response to increased oil prices. By Representative Leviste.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Resolution Number 912, resolution urging the Executive Department and all other appropriate government agencies to provide full, adequate, prompt, and effective preparations to the Malaya Lolas in compliance with the Philippines' obligations under the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, and the views adopted by the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women on 8 March 2023. By Representative De Lima.
To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality.
House Resolution Number 913, resolution urging the Department of the Interior and Local Government, the Department of Transportation, and the Land Transportation Franchising and Regulatory Board to study, strengthen, and expand the implementation of the Public Transport Service Contracting Program as a measure to mitigate the impact of rising fuel costs and ensure sustainable public transportation operations. By Representative De Lima.
The Committee on Transportation.
House Resolution Number 914, resolution directing the House Committee on Energy and other appropriate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the extraordinary surge in diesel prices in the Philippines, with the end view of determining why the country has emerged as among the worst affected by the current global oil shock, examining whether existing laws and regulatory mechanisms remain adequate to protect consumers and the national economy, and recommending legislative measures to address price vulnerability, possible profiteering, and structural deficiencies in the downstream oil industry. By Representative De Lima.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 915, resolution urging President Ferdinand Bongbong R. Marcos Jr., the Department of Transportation, and the Land Transportation Franchising and Regulatory Board to assess and address the impacts of rising fuel prices on public transport drivers, operators, and workers, and subject to a balancing with the interest of the riding public to implement the necessary and reasonable fare hike. By Representative De Lima.
The Committee on Transportation.
House Resolution Number 916, Resolution commending and congratulating Police Cadet Van Marie Editha Gondaya Cagasan of Baybay City, Leyte for graduating as ranked number 1 of the Philippine National Police Academy Silang Paglaom Class of 2026 and for exemplifying extraordinary academic excellence, personal courage, and unwavering devotion to family and country. By Representative Kari.
The Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Resolution Number 917, a resolution calling for the immediate escalation and cessation of hostilities in the Middle East, including among Iran, Israel, and the United States, emphasizing the protection of Philippine national interests and expressing grave concern over the adverse impacts of the conflict on the Filipino people and the national economy. By Representative Hernandez Chariz Ann.
The Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Resolution Number 918, a resolution urging the immediate implementation of emergency relief measures, including fuel vouchers, subsidies, and targeted assistance for vulnerable sectors adversely affected by the energy emergency and rising fuel prices, and directing relevant government agencies to ensure timely and efficient delivery thereof. By Representative Hernandez Chariz Ann.
The Committee on Energy.
House Resolution Number 919, a resolution urging the Department of Energy, the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, the Energy Regulatory Commission, and other concerned agencies to intensify support for renewable energy sources, including solar and geothermal energy, as an immediate response to the current energy emergency in the Philippines and rising fuel prices globally. By Representative Hernandez Chariz Ann.
The Committee on Energy.
House Resolution Number 920, resolution directing the House of Representatives through the Committee on Basic Education and Culture to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the working conditions and safety of public school teachers assigned in base schools and other schools in geographically challenging areas, with end view of institutionalizing the grant of transportation allowance, hazard pay, special hardship allowance, life and accident insurance coverage, and adequate safety protection to all public school teachers and personnel assigned in such areas. By Representatives Tino, Elago, and Co.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 921, resolution urging the House of Representatives to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation into the non-utilization of the Legal Defense Fund to protect public school teachers and education support personnel against legal cases in the performance of their official functions and duties. By Representatives Tino, Elago, and Co.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 922, resolution directing the House of Representatives to call for the abrogation of the landing party agreement between the Department of Information and Communications Technology, the Basis Conversion and Development Authority, and EDGE, and to scrap the plan to build the national broadband network using the Luzon bypass infrastructure in light of the issues on national sovereignty and threats to the data privacy and security of the Filipino people. By Representatives Tino, Elago, and Co.
The Committee on Information and Communication Technology.
House Resolution Number 923, a resolution urging the Energy Regulatory Commission to exercise strict oversight over electricity pricing, expedite the resolution of all pending petitions for refunds and rebates, ensure the implementation of ordered refunds, and recommend urging measures to mitigate electricity costs during the summer months. By Representative Garbin.
Committee on Energy.
House Resolution Number 924, resolution directing the Committee on Health to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the implementation of the Philippine Strategic Tuberculosis Elimination Plan Phase 2, 2025 to 2030, along with the Philippine Acceleration Action Plans for Tuberculosis 2023 to 2035, with the end view of ensuring the country's commitment to the United Nations high-level meetings on TB and the Sustainable Development Goals. By Representative Montes.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 925, resolution directing the Committee on Health to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation on the perennial issue of overstock, unused, and expired drugs, medicines, and medical supplies by the Department of Health, with the objective of reviewing the existing measures in the procurement of drugs, medicines, and medical supplies in the country, instituting reforms, and protecting and promoting the right to health of the Filipinos. By Representative Montes.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 926, resolution commending and congratulating Giselle Mark Magnifico Araula Magsayo for his spectacular technical knockout victory over Fergal McCrory at the SUFA Boxing 05 event held on April 5, 2026 in Las Vegas, Nevada. By Representative Yap John G. Snell.
The Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution Number 927, resolution directing the House Committee on Natural Resources to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation into the reported environmental, health, and socioeconomic impacts of mining operations in the municipality of Aroroy, Masbate, with the end view of strengthening regulatory oversight, ensuring corporate accountability, and safeguarding the welfare of affected families. By Representative De Lima.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 928, a resolution urging the Energy Regulatory Commission to expedite the resolution and implementation of pending power rebates and refunds, and urging the national government to consider temporary reductions in the value-added tax on electricity and import tariffs on bunker fuel used for power generation in order to mitigate the impact of rising energy costs in Filipino consumers. By Representative Tutor.
Committee on Energy.
House Resolution Number 929, resolution congratulating Police Lieutenant Trixia Ray Libiran Ahose, a constituent of the 5th Legislative District of Bulacan, for her exemplary academic performance and for graduating as top 9 of the Philippine National Police Academy Silang Paglaom Class of 2026. By Representative Cruz Agata.
The Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Resolution Number 930, resolution commending and congratulating the Pinoy Pop P-Pop Girl Group Beanie for making history as the first Filipino pop group to perform at the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival 2026 and recognizing their contribution to the global promotion of Filipino talent and culture. By Representative Benitez Javier Miguel.
The Special Committee on Creative Industries.
House Resolution Number 931, resolution congratulating and commending Patrick Gerard Lee for winning the bronze medal in the men's C5 scratch race at the Asian Paratrack Cycling Championships and recognizing his contribution to Philippine sports. By Representative Villanueva.
The Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution Number 932, a resolution urging the Energy Regulatory Commission to order the temporary suspension of electricity disconnections for households with unpaid bills during the national state of energy emergency and encouraging public utilities to provide flexible or installment payment arrangements for affected consumers. By Representative Hernandez Chariz Ann.
Committee on Energy.
House Resolution 933, a resolution commending Engineer Rico Quiñones Elao of the Cebu Technological University, Main Dumanhog Extension Campus for ranking first nationwide in the 2026 Civil Engineering Licensure Examination. By Representative Calderon.
The Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Resolution 934, a resolution congratulating the Filipino P-Pop girl group Beanie and Sofia La Forteza of the global girl group Cat's Eye for their historic performances at the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival 2026 and for bringing honor and distinction to the Philippines. By Representative Del Mar.
The Special Committee on Creative Industries.
House Resolution 935, a resolution congratulating and commending Mariel Monteliano and Bisdak J.M. de la Serna for winning a historic back-to-back championship on Your Face Sounds Familiar 2026 and in Tawag ng Tanghalan Duet Season 1. By Representative Del Mar.
The Special Committee on Creative Industries.
House Resolution 936, a resolution urging the Commission on Elections to postpone the conduct of the 2026 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections throughout the entire country due to the current fuel price crisis pursuant to Section 5 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 881, otherwise known as the Omnibus Election Code of the Philippines. By Representative Ferrer Jeffrey.
The Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Resolution 937, a resolution directing the appropriate committees of the House of Representatives to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the reported expiration, non-utilization, and non-distribution of approximately 1.5 billion peso worth of medicines and vaccines under the Department of Health. By Representative Ordanes.
The Committee on Rules.
House Joint Resolution Number 6, joint resolution urging the Speaker of the House of Representatives to nominate the Joint Congressional Community-Based Monitoring System Oversight Committee, providing funds therefore and for other purposes. By Representatives Macapagal Arroyo, Abalos, Lebanon, Escudero, Pumaren, Yatco, Galeos, Yap Eric, Gloria, Angeles Tan Iman, Plato, Swansing, Belavanesa, Panotes, Labad, Bondoc, Espina, Aumentado, Corvera, Swansing, Michael Angela, Guriseta, Tupas, Makasay, Todocado, Co, Marcoleta, and Alago.
Committee on Rules.
Messages from the Senate, message dated March 18, 2026, informing the House of Representatives that on March 17, 2026, the Senate designated Senators Pam Aquino, Winty Gatchalian, and Joel Villanueva as members of the Conference Committee to reconcile the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill No. 1937, titled An Act Institutionalizing Support for Public Basic Education Schools in Geographically Isolated and Disadvantaged Areas and Appropriating Funds therefore, and House Bill No. 4745, An Act Institutionalizing the Public Basic Education Schools in Geographically Isolated and Disadvantaged and Conflict-Affected Areas, providing access roads leading to last-mile schools and appropriating funds therefore.
Committee on Rules.
Message dated March 18, 2026, informing the House of Representatives that on March 17, 2026, the Senate designated Senators Pia Cayetano, Win Gatchalian, and Joel Villanueva as members of the Conference Committee to reconcile the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 1982, titled An Act Authorizing the President to Suspend or Reduce Excise Tax on Petroleum Products, amending for the purpose Section 148 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended, and House Bill number 8418, an act authorizing the President of the Philippines to suspend or reduce the excise taxes on petroleum products during national or global economic emergencies, amending for the purpose the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended.
Committee on Rules.
Message dated March 18, 2026, informing the House of Representatives that on March 17, 2026, the Senate designated Senators Pam Aquino, Win Gatchalian, and Joel Villanueva as members of the Conference Committee to reconcile the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1899 and House Bill number 5939, an act allowing the Department of Education the flexibility to determine the pedagogical approaches to be implemented in the basic education curriculum, amending for the purpose Section 5 of Republic Act number 10533, or the Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013.
Committee on Rules.
Message dated March 18, 2026, informing the House of Representatives that on March 17, 2026, the Senate approved the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1823 and House Bill number 8220, titled An Act Resetting the First Regular Elections in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, amending for the purpose Section 13, Article 16 of Republic Act number 11054 as amended, otherwise known as the Organic Law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao.
Committee on Rules.
Message dated April 16, 2026, informing the House of Representatives that on March 18, 2026, the Senate adopted House Concurrent Resolution number 12 as an amendment to Senate Concurrent Resolution number 8, titled Concurrent Resolution Adopting National Education and Workforce Development Plan 2026 to 2035 and recommendations of the Second Congressional Commission on Education as the 10-year policy framework of the national government.
Committee on Rules.
Communications, letters dated March 13, 16, 17, 19, 25, 30, and 31, 2026 of Joseph B. Salud, Bank Officer 6, Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, transmitting to the House of Representatives duly certified copies of several BSP issuances.
Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letter dated March 30, 2026 of Honorable Ralph G. Recto, Acting Executive Secretary, Office of the President, transmitting to the House of Representatives a certified true copy of the Petroleum Service Contract number 89 between the Republic of the Philippines and Texcal Energy Mahato Inc. pursuant to Section 2, Article 12 of the Constitution.
Committee on Energy.
Letter dated March 30, 2026 of Honorable Ralph G. Recto, Acting Executive Secretary, Office of the President, transmitting to the House of Representatives a certified true copy of the Petroleum Service Contract number 90 between the Republic of the Philippines and Matahio Energy Philippines Limited pursuant to Section 2, Article 12 of the Constitution.
Committee on Energy.
Letters dated March 25, 2026 of the Honorable Ralph G. Recto, Acting Executive Secretary, Office of the President, Malacanang, transmitting to original copies each of the following Republic Acts which were signed by President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. RA number 12316, titled Authorizing the President to Suspend or Reduce Excise Tax on Petroleum Products, amending Section 148 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended, and RA number 12317, resetting the first regular elections in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao.
To the archives.
Report dated March 24, 2026 of Honorable Attorney Chelo E. Velicari Garofil, Secretary General, House of Representatives, on copies of the following enrolled bills which were returned to the Senate on even date and to be transmitted to the Office of the President for His Excellency's consideration and signature pursuant to Section 18H, Rule 6 of the Provisional Rules of the House of Representatives. Senate Bill number 1982 and House Bill number 8418, authorizing the President to suspend or reduce excise tax on petroleum products, amending for the purpose Section 148 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997. And consolidated version of Senate Bill number 1823 and House Bill number 8220, resetting the first regular elections in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region and Muslim Mindanao. Subpoena duces tecum, pursuant to Section 153, Rule 24 of the Professional Rules of the House of Representatives, transmitting the subpoena duces tecum issued by the Office of the Ombudsman for the following: FF-C-NOV 20-25-0305, dated March 12, 2026, FF-C-JAN-26-0005, dated March 12, 2026, FF-C-JAN-26-0026, dated March 25, 2026, FF-C-JAN-26-0050, dated March 17, 2026, FF-C-JAN-26-0051, dated March 17, 2026, FF-C-JAN-26-0057, FF-C-JAN-26-0058, and FF-C-JAN-26-0063, dated March 31, 2026, FF-C-JAN-26-0072, dated March 13, 2026, and OMB-C-C-Feb-26-0019, and OMB-C-A-Feb-26-0021 dated March 13, 2026. Pursuant to Section 155 and 156, Rule 24 of the Provisional Rules of the House of Representatives, transmitting the subpoena duces tecum dated March 25, 2026, issued by the Office of the Ombudsman for the statements of assets, liabilities, and net worth of members, pursuant to Section 155 and 156, Rule 24 of the Provisional Rules of the House of Representatives, transmitting the subpoena duces tecum dated March 25, 2026, and April 8, 2026, issued by the Office of the Ombudsman. Committee reports. Committee report number 230, submitted by the Committee on Public Order and Safety on House Resolution number 903.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 231, submitted by the Committee on Indigenous Cultural Communities and Indigenous Peoples on House Bill number 8699.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 232, submitted by the Committee on Indigenous Cultural Communities and Indigenous Peoples on House Bill number 8700.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 233, submitted by the Committee on Public Order and Safety on House Bill number 8702.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 234, submitted by the Committee on Poverty Alleviation, House Resolutions number 370 and Privileged Speech number 33.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 235, submitted by the Special Committee on Southern Tagalog Development and House Resolution number 906.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 236, submitted by the Special Committee on Southern Tagalog Development and House Resolution number 826.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 237, submitted by the Committee on Transportation and the Committee on Appropriations and House Bill number 8722.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 238, submitted by the Committee on Transportation and the Committee on Appropriations and House Bill number 8723.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 239, submitted by the Committee on Transportation and the Committee on Appropriations and House Bill number 8724.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 240, submitted by the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation on House Bill number 8869.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 241, submitted by the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation, House Bill number 8876.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 242, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development and House Resolution number 952.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 243, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development and House Resolution number 956.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 244, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development and House Resolution number 957.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 245, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development and House Resolution number 958.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 246, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development and House Resolution number 959.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 247, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development and House Resolution number 960.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 248, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development and House Resolution number 963.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 249, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development and House Resolution number 964.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 250, submitted by the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization, House Bill number 763.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 251, submitted by the Committee on Legislative Franchises and House Bill number 9000.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 252, submitted by the Committee on Legislative Franchises and House Bill number 9001.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 253, submitted by the Committee on Legislative Franchises and House Bill number 9002.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 254, submitted by the Committee on Legislative Franchises and House Bill number 9003.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 255, submitted by the Committee on Legislative Franchises and House Bill number 9004.
Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 256, submitted by the Committee on Legislative Franchises and House Bill number 9005.
No Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 257, submitted by the Committee on Legislative Franchises and House Bill number 9010.
No Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 258, submitted by the Committee on Labor and Employment regarding House Resolutions number 326, 370, and 491.
No Committee on Rules.
Additional reference of business. Resolutions. House Resolution number 938, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives on the passing of the Honorable Salvador Body Britannico, former representative, assemblyman, and distinguished statesman, to his spouse, Dr. Mayalita Linda Britannico, and their children, by Representative Baronda.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution number 939, resolution urging the Department of Foreign Affairs to invite the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms while countering terrorism in aid of legislation in light of reported abuse and misuse of counterterrorism and terrorism financing laws, by Representative De Lima.
Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Resolution Number 940, a resolution expressing the deepest condolences and heartfelt sympathy of the House of Representatives on the demise of award-winning Filipina actress Sue M. Prado and honoring her life, artistic legacy, and extraordinary contributions to the Philippine independent cinema by Representative Olivares.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 941, a resolution expressing the deepest sympathy and sincere condolences of the House of Representatives on the passing of Ms. Lucille Jean Olasman Jershovich by Representative Olivares.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 942, resolution commending and congratulating Linda P. Johnson for being sworn as the first Filipina mayor of Cerritos, California, USA by Representative Olivares.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 943, resolution commending and congratulating Filipino boxer Pedro Taduran for his successful defense of his IBF minimum weight world title against Mexican contender Gustavo Perez by Representative Olivares.
The Committee on Games and Amusement.
House Resolution Number 944, a resolution expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the House of Representatives on the demise of Sister Eva Fidela Maamo, Ramon Magsaysay awardee, and honoring her life of selfless service to the Filipino people by Representative Olivares.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 945, resolution urging the Philippine Sports Commission to adopt and implement an expedited disbursement mechanism for national sports associations to ensure the timely release of approved funds for athletes participating in international competitions and related activities by Representative Gomez.
The Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution Number 946, a resolution directing the Committee on Energy of the House of Representatives to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the rules and regulations issued by the Department of Energy and the Energy Regulatory Commission governing rooftop solar power and net metering with the end in view of ensuring affordable, accessible, and sustainable energy for consumers by Representative Yap Arthur.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 947, resolution expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the House of Representatives on the demise of Congressman Leopoldo Encinas San Benaventura of the 2nd District Province of Camarines Sur during the 10th Congress by Representative Olivares.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 948, resolution commending and congratulating Dr. Erwin Ken Angcual Parachaso for his historic feat of obtaining the highest score in the March 2026 Physician Licensure Examination by Representative Yap Eric.
The Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Resolution Number 949, a resolution expressing profound sympathy and sincere condolences on the passing of former Assemblyman and veteran statesman Salvador Buddy Britannico and honoring his invaluable contributions to Philippine governance, law, and education by Representative Ang.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 950, a resolution urging the House Committee on Housing and Urban Development to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation into the reported unauthorized sale, transfer, and disposition of NHA-awarded housing units in violation of Section 14 of Republic Act Number 7279, otherwise known as the Urban Development and Housing Act of 1992, and requesting the National Housing Authority to strengthen enforcement and report on such cases by Representative Poe.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 951, resolution commending and congratulating Sofia La Forteza, a Filipino performer and leader of the global girl group Cat's Eye, for her historic performance at the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival 2026, and for exemplifying Filipino excellence in the global music industry by Representative Benitez Javier Miguel.
The Special Committee on Creative Industries.
House Resolution Number 953, resolution congratulating the Department of Transportation, headed by Acting Secretary Giovanni Zay Lopez, and the Right-of-Way and Site Acquisition headed by Assistant Secretary Irish Calaguas for the accelerated right-of-way acquisition of the Clark-Malolos Corridor for North-South Commuter Railway Extension Project and Metro Manila Subway Project by Representative Lazatin.
Committee on Transportation.
House Resolution Number 954, resolution directing all national government agencies, attached offices and bureaus, and local government units to impose a moratorium on all demolition and eviction of residential structures amid the state of national emergency by Representatives Elago, Co, and Tino.
The Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Resolution Number 955, a resolution respectfully urging the Office of the President to investigate reports of discrimination and corruption in Bawat Barangay Makikinabang, Bawat Bayan Makikinabang, and other aid programs, and to ensure the transparent, equitable, and efficient release of funds to local government units by Representative Leviste.
The Committee on Local Government.
House Resolution Number 961, resolution directing the appropriate committees of the House of Representatives to conduct an immediate, thorough, and impartial inquiry in aid of legislation into the circumstances surrounding the April 19, 2026 armed encounter in Barangay Salamanca, Taboso, Negros Occidental, which resulted in the deaths of 19 individuals, with the end in view of determining accountability, assessing compliance with rules of engagement, addressing the impact on affected communities, and recommending legislative measures to strengthen the protection of civilians and uphold human rights in the conduct of internal security operations. By Representative De Lima.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 962, a resolution directing the House Committee on Human Rights to urgently conduct an investigation in aid of legislation on the massacre of unarmed civilians allegedly perpetrated by the 79th Infantry Battalion of the Armed Forces of the Philippines in Toboso, Negros Occidental, which constitutes a violation of human rights and international humanitarian law. By Representatives Co, Tino, and Alago.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 965, resolution directing the appropriate committee of the House of Representatives to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the pass-through charges imposed on electricity consumers with the end in view of ensuring transparency, accountability, and the rationalization of such charges. By Representative Yap Arthur.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 966, resolution urging the Committee on Housing and Urban Development to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation into the reported demolition, forcible displacement, and or threats of displacement in particular areas in Los Baños, Laguna. By Representatives Elago, Co, and Tino.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 967, resolution directing the House Committee on Agriculture and Food to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the imminent impact of the forecasted 2026-2027 El Nino event in the Philippine agricultural sector in pursuit of assessing the current state of preparedness of Philippine agricultural producers to absorb the effects of El Nino and other similar climate events, and in pursuit of the immediate formulation, adoption, and implementation of anticipatory, evidence-based, and mitigation and adaptation strategies. By Representatives Swansing Bella Vanessa.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 968, a resolution directing the appropriate committee of the House of Representatives to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the armed encounter in Barangay Salamanca, Municipality of Toboso, Negros Occidental, on April 19, 2026, by Representative Benitez Xavier Miguel.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 969, resolution directing the appropriate committee of the House of Representatives to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation into the widespread offloading of Filipino passengers at international ports of exit with the end in view of strengthening safeguards against abuse, ensuring accountability, and protecting the rights and welfare of the travelers. By Representative Villanueva.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 970, resolution urging the House Committee on Transportation to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the reported flight emergency diversion incident involving Dumaguete to Manila PAL Express Flight PR2544 to Iloilo International Airport and the apparent gaps in airline and aviation emergency protocols, passenger safety measures, and airport readiness. By Representative Bangcoro.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 971, resolution directing the Committee on Science and Technology and other appropriate committees of the House of Representatives to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the national preparedness for risk associated with artificial intelligence, including systemic, economic, health, security, and catastrophic risk, with the end in view of developing a comprehensive national framework for AI risk governance. By Representative Villanueva.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 972, resolution urging the House Committee on Justice, the House Committee on Social Services, or other appropriate committees of the House of Representatives to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the alleged discrimination and politicization in the distribution of assistance under the Bawat Bayan Makikinabang and Bawat Barangay Makikinabang programs, as well as possible violations of existing anti-EPA policies and the implementation of government assistance programs. By Representative Leviste.
Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the guests of the Honorable Sarah Jane Ilago of Party List Gabriela. They are the workers from the Kowloon House West Chapter, Glow Rain KMU in the plenary, namely Reginald San Martin, Tori John Ancheta, Jessa Montesa, Weller Rose Tejada, Sami Bacolor, Primitivo Lapore, Marlen Lazaro, Victoria Mirando, Francis Licuanan, John Michael Carlos, and Bernard Dimaunahan, Mr. Speaker.
To the guest of Representative Sara El Lago, representatives and workers from Kowloon House West Chapter, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to our rules, today being a Monday, I move to open the privilege hour.
There is a motion to open the privilege hour. There is an objection. Here is none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from Party List APEC, the Honorable Sergio C. Dagook, to avail of the privilege hour.
There is an objection. Chair hears none. The Honorable Dagook is hereby recognized. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, magandang gabi po sa ating lahat. As representative in the power sector, I rise today on a matter of collective privilege. For the past few months, we have seen the same cycle of unpredictable generation cost spike, spiraling fuel pass-through cost, the charge upon charge, and the inevitable shock when Filipino families receive their monthly electric bills. Mr. Speaker, in a heavily regulated industry such as the energy sector, we have the unique ability to give technical explanations for every movement in the prices of electricity. But beyond this, there is a more painful reality. For the ordinary Filipino, the cost of power is no longer justifiable, no matter how true and sophisticated the explanation is. The cost of electricity is now a direct threat for food security, tax on small businesses, and a barrier to our national productivity. Mr. Speaker, we often hear that our electricity rates are among the highest in Southeast Asia. We are told it is the nature of the beast because we are an archipelago reliant on imported fuel. While those may be true, they have become convenient excuses for systemic inefficiency and the lack of urgency to address the matter. Mr. Speaker, the public is asking two important questions. One, bakit ganito kamahal ang ating kuryente? At pangalawa, ano ang ginagawa ng gobyerno natin? To answer them, we have to look beyond the surface of the bill. The answer must go into the very architecture of our energy sector. First, the unbundled charges. This is done by virtue of Republic Act 9136 or the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001. The charges we see on our monthly statements are unbundled. Ibig sabihin po nito, Mr. Speaker, makikita ng mga consumers kung magkano ba talaga ang kinukolekta ng bawat sektor bago makarating ang kuryente sa ating mga bahay. The final amount on our monthly bill is a collection of generation, transmission, and distribution topped with several universal charges and variety of taxes. I would like to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, variety of taxes. Let's go through them one by one. We know that the generation charge account for over half of the bill. Mahigit po sa kalahati ng ating binabayaran ay pumupunta po sa planta. Currently, the regulatory landscape allow an automatic fuel cost pass-through mechanism in our power supply agreement. This means that when the price of coal or gas spikes in the global market, the risk is shifted entirely to the consumer. Why is the Filipino household the final shock absorber for global market volatility? We must review this contract to ensure that risk is shared, not just passed on. Next is the transmission and ancillary charges. All consumers pay to the stability of the grid infrastructure and its operation. But Mr. Speaker, when there are delayed vital transmission projects, the resulting congestion cost find their way into our bills. Ito pong pangyayaring ito ay paulit-ulit na nangyayari sa Region 7, Region 6 at Region 8. The public should not be penalized for these inefficiencies. Inefficiencies should not be subsidized by Filipino people who are burdened by the same situation. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about taxes. The electric power industry is among those industries with multiple charges and taxes levied on the consumers. Initially, whom EPIRA was enacted in 2001, the sale of power generation is value-added tax zero. Wala po sanang tax, Mr. Speaker, yung generation charge sa original version ng EPIRA. That's Section 6 of EPIRA. At the same time, this was a substantial relief to our consumers. Bumababa na sana ang ating generation charge kung hindi nagbago yung probisyon ng EPIRA na wala siyang buhis. Kasi sa sinasabi ko, mahigit sa kalahati ng ating binabayaran ay generation charge. However, Mr. Speaker, with the passage of the expanded value-added tax law, Republic Act 9337 allows VAT to be imposed on entire electricity supply chain, including generation, distribution, and transmission. We are one of the few nations that imposes a 12% VAT across the entire energy chain. We tax the fuel, we tax the generation, we tax the transmission, we tax the distribution. Worse, VAT is also levied on systems loss on electricity. Hindi mo na nga nagamit dahil losses, may VAT pa. Not even consumed by the public. It is not even consumed by every Filipino who paid for it. We are essentially taxing the Filipino for electricity that was wasted or never even reached their home. With held multiple discussions with the concerned government agencies to address this. Pangatlong termino ko na po dito. Dalawang termino ko, paulit-ulit kong pinail ang resolusyon at House Bill para mapag-usapan. Pero hindi po nakakita ng sikat ng araw ang mga panukalang batas na yon, na napaka-importante naman sana. Pero tuwing may crisis at lumulubo ang binabayaran natin sa kuryente, saka lang pinag-usapan. Pag bumaba na, hindi na naman pinag-usapan. Mr. Speaker, the way out is straightforward and within the control of our government through the industry regulator. A simple reformatting of our electricity bill that will exclude certain items from the gross receipts of the bill, like VAT on systems loss and lifeline rate, for instance, is a tax that should have been removed. Kasi, ang sabi lang naman ng BIR, during those discussions in the 18th at 19th Congress, kaya lang naman nila tinatax yung systems loss dahil sa format ng ating electric bill, nakapaloob siya sa gross receipts. At dahil ang probisyon ng ating National Internal Revenue Code ay lahat ng gross receipts items ay taxable, kaya nagkaroon ng VAT, pati yung kuryente na hindi natin ginagamit. Kaya the simple reformatting, ilabas sa gross receipts yung mga bagay na yan, ay mawala na sana yung tax. Even yung lifeline na binabayad natin doon sa mga benefits sa lifeline customer, senior citizen, ang nagbabayad niyan ay yung mga hindi availer. Pero yung kanilang bayad, sila na nga ang sumalo sa sana punduhan ng gobyerno yung mga benefits na yan, tinatax pa sila doon sa kanilang dinodonate para magkaroon ng discount ang senior citizen at yung mga lifeline customers. A simple reformatting, I would emphasize and reiterate, this is only a simple reformatting of our electric bill format. Removing the imposition of VAT on these charges will bring immediate relief of our consumers without the need of legislation. Yet, we haven't heard any actions from the concerned offices who can bring about the solution. How can we explain this to the public, Mr. Speaker? In fact, Mr. Speaker, we also have an almost 50 years old law. 50 years old law, Batas Pambansa bilang 36. Napakatagal na po. At ang tinatamaan dito ay ang mga consumer sa Metro Manila, particularly sa Meralco. This Batas Pambansa 36, which imposes a separate energy tax on the monthly electric power consumption of every residential consumer, where tax rates are based on consumption levels. Ibig sabihin, habang tumataas yung konsumo mo, tumataas yung tax rate. At ito ay kinukulikta dito sa Meralco. Sa amin sa probinsya, wala pong kinukulikta na ganito. Itong batas, na to ay uulitin ko, 50 years old na po. Halimbawa, yung 650 kilowatt-hour to 1,000 kilowatt-hour dito sa Meralco, mayroon po yung 10 centavos per kilowatt-hour na buhis. Yung 1,000 to 1,500, mayroong 35 pesos or 20 centavos per kilowatt-hour na buhis. Yung over 1,500 kilowatt-hour, mayroong 135 pesos or 35 centavos per kilowatt-hour in excess of 1,500. Mr. Speaker, this representation has consistently pointed to the fact that these charges are not set in stone. They are just result of policy choices made by this very Congress. But laws can be reformed. If they are no longer serving the people, it is then our duty in Congress to change them. Mr. Speaker, this means that we must actively work towards streamlining these charges in our electricity bill. We must remove the fat of this pass-through cost and ensure that every centavo demanded from our constituents is for a service actually rendered and a kilowatt-hour actually consumed. Hindi po yung petty losses, pinagbabayad tayo at tinatax pa. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to the national revenue, to the National Renewable Energy Agenda. Ito po yung sinusubukan ng Department of Energy na pabilisin. Maganda po yung renewable energy. But I tell you, even if we open speak of the green energy transition as the ultimate solution to high power rates, in reality, Mr. Speaker, for the Filipino consumer, this transition will arrive as a new line item on our electric bill. Bago na namang singil. Every renewable energy na i-put up sa ating bansa, binabayaran po, advance pa yung ating bayad. Starting this year, Mr. Speaker, millions of households began seeing, nakikita na po nila yung GIA-all charge. GIA-all. Kaya nga yung iba, sinasabi na, sana magdagdag na naman tayo ng sana all charge. Kasi mayroon na tayong fit-all, fit-in tariff allowance based on our Renewable Energy Act. Ngayon, itong green energy auction na ginagawa ng Department of Energy, with all due respect to the proponent of this thing, with the Department of Energy, kasi gusto nating pabilisin yung transition to renewable energy, kaya dinagdagan na naman ng ERC yung GIAOL na 0.0371 centavos per kilowatt hour. The GIAOL is a uniform centavo per kilowatt hour charge applied to the bills of all on-grid consumers. Ibig sabihin, dito lang po siya sinisingil sa mainland. Wala po sa off-grid or sa SPAG. So, Mr. Speaker, for the information of the public, this is used to pay the renewable energy developers who won the auctions to supply renewable energy. This ensures they are paid the winning bid price for their supply even if market conditions change. Biruin mo yan, maibenta pa nila, tapos secured na yung bayad nila. Kaya yung iba, kung hindi may put up, nakolekta na sa atin, pero hindi mangyari yung kanilang gagawing paglagay ng mga renewable energy, tapos advance na nakukolekta, anong gagawin doon sa pira na yon? We still suffer lack of renewable, pero nakabayad na po tayo. While this amount may seem small to some, this charge adds up quickly, especially to the ordinary Filipino families. Let us not forget, this is on top of the existing fit-all. Yan yung sinasabi ko kanina. May fit-all na, may GIAOL. Nangangamba ako na sa makalawa, mayroon na namang sana all. Mr. Speaker, we must ask, why are we layering charges on charges if our goal is to lower the prices of electricity? Paulit-ulit ko pong narinig yan dito sa Kongreso. Lahat ng nagsasalita dito halos gustong pababain. Ang gagawin natin, kailangang bababa. Pero habang yan ang sinasabi natin, iba ang nangyayari. We are moving towards massive energy projects, but the green energy auction reserve prices are rising. In the latest auctions, we have seen ceiling prices as high as 11 pesos. Kaya, let us manage the expectation of the public. Ang daming magpo-post sa social media na kaya gusto natin ng renewable para bababa ang presyo ng kuryente. Paano bababa? Dito nga sa benchmark, 11 pesos na per kilowatt hour. If we are not careful, we are locking the next generation into decades of high-cost contracts under the guise of being green. Yung mga apo ko, yung mga apo ninyo, at yung mga anak ng mga apo natin ay magbabayad hanggang sa kanilang generation sa mga ganitong programa ng ating pamahalaan. Further, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Energy is awarding thousands of megawatts in green energy auction contracts. But where is the grid readiness? Ang ibig sabihin, yung transmission line, nakahanda ba sila na i-integrate itong mga ito? Kasi kung hindi, hindi rin natin nagagamit ito. Nagbabayad lang tayo. Another cost is pag in-upgrade yung grid natin ni NGCP, tayo na naman ang magbabayad ng transmission charge. Dalawa na yung binabayaran natin. Pangatlo, dahil intermittent ang mga to, hindi mo magagamit 24/7, mangungontrata na naman ang NGCP ng ancillary, mga planta na coal-fired o diesel. Tatlo na ngayon yung binabayaran natin. Ngayon, kung lagyan ng battery yung mga solar plants na yan, para hahaba yung kanyang pag-dispatch ng kuryente, magbabayad na naman tayo dahil napakamahal po yung battery. At 11 years lang po yan magagamit. Kaya 4 na year yung binabayaran natin. How can we reduce the cost of electricity kung ganito yung programa natin? Mr. Speaker, I am not against renewable energy. Pero sana pagplanuhin nating mabuti, huwag sabay-sabay, huwag nating pilitin. Kasi every step of the way, may cost ang ordinary Pilipino. The Green Energy Auction Program must not become a green-colored version of the same pass-through charges we have fought to streamline for decades. We need to audit these auction prices and ensure that least cost mandate to translated into reality on the ordinary consumer's bill. Kasi ang kanilang sinisisi, yung mga distribution utility. Kasi yes, distribution utility ang nangungulikta. Pero kolektor lang po ang distribution utility dito. At habang tumataas yung cost na yan, lumalaki yung nakukolekta ng gobyerno dahil sa 12% fixed rate na VAT, kagaya ng fuel. Habang tumataas yung presyo ng fuel, lumalaki din po yung VAT collection ng BIR. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, more than a year into the 20th Congress, our primary tool for energy accountability is the Joint Congressional Energy Commission. Ito po yung oversight committee ng power industry. But until now, it remains unutilized in the face of this interminable crisis. From the EPIRA or Republic Act 9136 to the Renewable Energy Act or RA 9513 and from the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act, Republic Act 11285, this Congress has been handed a tool to protect the Filipino consumers when they most need it. Ito po yung Joint Congressional Energy Commission. The GCEC as a permanent statutory body designed and empowered for long-term oversight of our energy policies to hold both the regulator and the regulated accountable is still staying silent amidst the suffering of the Filipino people. Mr. Speaker, it is high time that both houses act with urgency to constitute the commission at the earliest time possible. We do not need another joint committee, another temporary technical working group, because the law has already given us a tool. We simply need to wield it. Mr. Speaker, we cannot manage what we do not monitor, and we cannot fix what we do not measure. Without a fully functioning and active Joint Congressional Energy Commission, we are telling the Filipino people that we are content to be reactive, waiting for the next red alert or the next price hike before we act. The public do not need more explanation about why their monthly electric bill continues to surge. What they need is a government that anticipates these failures, a government that acts, a government that protects the public from financial fallout. I therefore call upon the leadership of both houses to fully mobilize the Joint Congressional Energy Commission. Let us use the mandate given to us by law to audit the performance of the power industry and the laws that make it work. The energy crisis, it is a test of governance. And Mr. Speaker, we are currently, with all due respect, we are currently failing. But the tools are in our hands and the law is in our side. The only thing missing is the immediate and sustained action that our people deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the speech of the Honorable Dagoc to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the speech of Honorable Chair Dagoc is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from the Lone District of Muntinlupa, the Honorable Jaime Fresnedi, for to avail the privilege hour.
The Honorable Jaime Fresnedi of the Lone District of Muntinlupa City is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ang krisis sa tubig sa Muntinlupa. Sa Muntinlupa nga lang ba ay krisis? Mr. Speaker, fellow representatives of the people, magandang hapon po. Tumatayo po ako ngayon hindi para magtalakay ng komplikadong polisiya. Tumindig ako ngayon upang talakayin ang isang bagay na napakahalaga sa buhay ng tao. Ito ay ang tubig. Tubig bilang inumin, tubig bilang panluto, tubig para sa kalinisan at kalusugan, tubig na nagbibigay buhay, tubig hindi dapat pinagkakait, tubig na hindi dapat pinag-agawan, tubig na karapatan ng bawat Pilipino. Sa amin sa Muntinlupa, taon-taon na lang, lalo na pagdating ng tag-init, pare-pareho ang reklamo. Ito ay ang di maasahang serbisyo ng tubig sa mga kabahayan.
Kahit nung mga nakarang taon, lagi talagang nawawala ng tubig. Pero nung nagkaroon ng malakas na hangin, nung amihan, naging mas very frequent and almost every day na walang tubig. Kami ay nag-iimbak ng tubig, kaya nga nakaka-istorbo ng tulog. Like ako, pag sinabing madaling araw magkakaroon ng tubig, ako gigising ako maaga para talaga to see to it na 4 o'clock mag-iipon ako ng tubig doon sa aming bathroom.
Pero hindi dapat kami ang pupuno nung obligasyon ng Maynilad pagka nagsa-stop ang kanilang operation.
Wala po silang advisory na kahit sa website na pinadadala sa text, wala po.
May panahong may abiso, pero marami ring panahon na nawawala, na walang abiso. Kaya magugulat ka bakit pagbukas ng gripo mo ay walang tubig.
Mahalaga tubig. Ang sinasabi nga ng ibang mga kababayan namin, mawala na kuryente o ng tubig. Kung talagang magkakaroon ng water interruption ng Maynilad, 2 days before ng interruption, magkaroon na ng advisory.
Ang situation ng ating mga kababayan ay masyadong dependent sa tubig na produced by Maynilad. So ang ating inaasahan ay yung mga solution na pangmatagalan. So I think kung tayo ay gagawa ng solution para sa problema ito, it's going to be a collaboration between our private partners at saka ang government. Ultimately, yan ang inaasahan ng taong bayan at sana yan ang ma-deliver natin.
Paputol-putol, may amoy, kulay kalabang at ang pinakamasaklap, walang tubig. Ginoong Speaker, ito ang kadalasang idinadaing ng ating mga kababayang Muntinlupeño kapag dumarating ang tag-init. May mga nanay na nagsasabing, kailangan kong maglaba na madaling araw kasi doon lang may tubig. May maliliit na negosyo tulad ng mga car wash at laundry shops na napipilitang magsara pansamantala. Tanong nila, paano kami makakagawa ng trabaho kung walang tubig? May mga pamilya na napipilitang gumastos pa, bumibili ng mga drum, galon o di kaya'y maraming balding pang-ipon ng tubig, dagdag na gastusin sa karakarampot na nga nilang kita. Ginoong Speaker, hindi na po ito isolated cases. Ito ay paulit-ulit na nangyayari taon-taon. Pero ang mas mabigat na problema ay hindi lang kakulangan ng tubig, kundi kakulangan ng sagot, kakulangan ng aksyon, kakulangan ng malinaw na solusyon. Kapag nagrereklamo ang tao, mabagal ang tugon. Kapag nagtatanong, walang malinaw na sagot. Kapag naghahanap ng solusyon, walang maibigay na timeline. Walang konkretong plano. Ginoong Speaker, bilang mga kinatawan ng taong bayan, hindi tayo pwedeng manahimik lamang sa usaping ito. Hindi natin pwedeng sabihin, ganito ba talaga? Ginoong Speaker, sa ilalim ng kasalukuyang mga batas, nakaatang ang responsibilidad na magbigay ng serbisyo ng tubig sa Muntinlupa at iba pang lugar sa Maynilad. Kabilang na dito ang Maynila, maliban sa Barangay San Andres at Barangay Santa Ana, Pasay, Parañaque, Caloocan, Las Piñas, Valenzuela, Navotas, Malabon, ilang bahagi ng Makati at Quezon City, ang mga siyudad ng Cavite, Bacoor, Imus, at ang mga bayan ng Kawit, Noveleta at Rosario sa lalawigan ng Cavite. Mr. Speaker, may mahabang kasaysayan ang pagsasabatas para sa isang mabisa at sustainable water system sa ating mga kalunsuran. Noong 1995, bilang tugon sa lumalalang problema sa tubig, isinabatas ang National Water Crisis Act o Republic Act No. 8041. Ang batas na ito ang nagbigay daan sa privatization ng operasyon ng water facilities sa nasasakupan ng MWSS. Mr. Speaker, Section 6 of Republic Act 8041 enabled the Philippine government to enter into negotiated contract for the financing, construction, repair, rehabilitation, improvement, and operation of water facilities and projects related to increasing water supply, its treatment, and its distribution to industrial and household consumers. Mula sa probisyong ito, iniluwal ng Water Crisis Act ang concession agreements sa pagitan ng MWSS at ng dalawang water concessionaires, ang Manila Water Company, Inc., para sa East Zone at ang Maynilad Water Services, Inc., para sa West Zone ng Metro Manila. Mr. Speaker, aside from the concession agreement, Republic Act No. 11600 likewise grants Maynilad a franchise to establish, operate, and maintain a waterworks system and sewerage and sanitation services in the West Zone area of Metro Manila and the province of Cavite. Mr. Speaker, Section 1 of said law provides that Maynilad is granted a franchise, and I quote, to establish, operate, and maintain for commercial purposes and in the public interest a waterworks system to ensure an uninterrupted and adequate supply and distribution of potable water for domestic, commercial, and other purposes, and for the establishment and maintenance of sewerage system and sanitation services in West Zone service area of Metro Manila and the province of Cavite, under a concession from the Metro Manila Waterworks and Sewerage, end of quote. Ginoong Speaker, pagman naipaubaya na ng MWSS sa mga concessionaires ang responsibilidad sa paghatid ng sapat na supply ng mainom na tubig sa Kalakhang, Maynila at mga karatik na lugar. Hindi ibig sabihin nito na absueldo na ang MWSS sa usaping ito. According to Article 12, Paragraph 12.1 of the Concession Agreement, the MWSS through the Regulatory Office is mandated, among others, to to monitor and enforce standards of service to customers and any agreed improvements in these standards. It is likewise tasked to conduct inquiries on matters relating to water supply, sewerage, and sanitation services. Ang tanong, Ginoong Speaker, nagagampanan ba ito ng MWSS? Kung susumahin ang MWSS bilang regulatory body, ay tungkuling protektahan ang mga consumer mula sa di makatarungang singil at mababang kalidad na serbisyo. Gayon din, binibigyan insentibo ng MWSS ang mga concessionaires hindi lang para kumita, kundi para mamuhunan para sa isang mabisang water service system na magbibigay kaginhawahan sa mga consumer. Mr. Speaker, the realities on the ground would lead one to surmise that the responsibilities of Maynilad and MWSS remain to be on paper only. Otherwise, Muntinlupa and other areas being serviced by Maynilad will not be experiencing what we are going through right now. Sa kasamaang palad, Ginoong Speaker, the expectations does not meet reality. Ginoong Speaker, malinaw na may krisis sa tubig sa Muntinlupa. Ang tanong, Ginoong Speaker, sa Muntinlupa lang ba merong krisis? Hindi ba nararanasan ng ibang lungsod ang aming dinaranas sa Muntinlupa? It is ironic that Muntinlupa, which is very close to Laguna Lake, where most of the water that Maynilad supplies its customers in the area come from, suffer from poor water services. Ginoong Speaker, mga kapwa ko kinatawan, ang daming mga katanungan ang kailangan masagot tungkol sa issue na ito. I am imploring the House of Representatives through its appropriate committees to inquire in aid of legislation on the issue of Maynilad's water services, not only
Session suspended. Session resumed. Honorable Presneri, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, according to Article 12, Paragraph 12.1 of the Concession Agreement, the MWSS, through the Regulatory Office, is mandated, among others, to monitor and enforce standards of service to customers and any agreed improvements in these standards. It is likewise tasked to conduct inquiries on matters relating to water supply, sewerage, and sanitation services. Ang tanong, Ginoong Speaker, nagagampanan ba ito ng MWSS? Kung susumahin ang MWSS bilang regulatory body, ay tungkuling protektahan ang mga consumer mula sa di makatarungang singil at mababang kalidad na serbisyo. Gayon din, binibigyang insentibo ng MWSS ang mga concessionaires, hindi lang para kumita, kundi para mamuhunan para sa isang mabisang water service system na magbibigay kaginhawahan sa mga consumer. Mr. Speaker, the realities on the ground would lead one to surmise that the responsibilities of Maynilad and MWSS remain to be on paper only. Otherwise, Muntinlupa and other areas being serviced by Maynilad will not be experiencing what we are going through right now. Sa kasamaang palad, Ginoong Speaker, the expectations does not meet reality. Ginoong Speaker, malinaw na may krisis sa tubig sa Muntinlupa. Ang tanong, Ginoong Speaker, sa Muntinlupa nga lang ba, hindi rin ba nararanasan ng ibang lungsod ang aming dinaranas sa Muntinlupa? It is ironic that Muntinlupa, which is very close to Laguna Lake where most of the water that Maynilad supplies its customers in the area come from, suffer from poor water services. Ginoong Speaker, mga kapwa ko kinatawan, ang daming mga katanungan ang kailangan masagot tungkol sa issue na ito. I am imploring the House of Representatives through its appropriate committees to inquire in aid of legislation on the issue of Maynilad's water services not only in Muntinlupa City, but in its entire concession area. Panahon na, Ginoong Speaker, nagpagtuunan natin ng pansin ito upang malaman kung ano ba talaga ang problema. Kailangan nating gawin ito upang tayo ay makapaglatag ng tamang solusyon o mga solusyon. Mr. Speaker, ang tubig ay hindi luho. Ito ay pangunahing pangangailangan ng bawat tao. Ito ay karapatan. Ito ay buhay. At kung ang mamamayan ay paulit-ulit na nawawala ng tubig at paulit-ulit walang malinaw na sagot, klarong-klaro na may mali. Since the Water Crisis Act's passage in 1995, we have remained in a water crisis. Panahon na para ayusin ito. At higit sa lahat, panahon na para masigurong ang bawat Pilipino ay may aasahang tubig. Hindi bukas, hindi sa susunod na taon, kundi ngayon. The time to act, Mr. Speaker, should have been yesterday. Maraming salamat po at magandang gabi.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, refer the sponsorship, privilege speech of Representative Jaime Fresnedi to the Committee on Rules.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the speech of Honorable Jaime Fresnedi is referred to the Committee on Rules.
Thank you, Mr.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from the party list Tingog, the Honorable Representative Jude A. Asidre, to avail of the privileged hour.
The gentleman from the Tingog party list, Honorable Jude Asedre, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I rise tonight to speak about something very basic to democracy, yet very urgent in our time: disagreement. In a democracy, disagreement is normal. It is expected. It is even necessary. We come from different communities. We carry different experiences. We represent different sectors and regions, different hopes and beliefs. We bring to public life the voices of people who do not always see the world in the same way. That is the work of representation. That is the life of democracy. A democracy where everyone agrees all the time is a democracy that has stopped listening. A democracy where questions are treated with betrayal becomes weaker. A democracy where criticism is answered with insult loses the chance to grow. So the problem before us is not disagreement. The real question is this: can we disagree better? Can we disagree without destroying one another? Can we criticize ideas without attacking people? Can we challenge policies without humiliating persons? Can we defend our side without spreading lies about others? Can we speak firmly and still speak with decency? Can we be loyal to our principles and still be faithful to the truth? Mr. Speaker, this question has become more urgent because of what we see every day outside Congress, in our communities, and most especially on social media. Social media has become one of the largest public squares of our generation. It is where the people learn the news. It is where issues are explained, debated, and often distorted. It is where public anger gathers speed. It is where reputations can be built, broken, or buried in a matter of hours. The internet moves fast, but real people are still behind every moment. Behind every post, there is a person. Behind every comment, there is a conscience. Behind every viral issue, there is a life that can be wounded. Behind every edited clip, every screenshot, every accusation, every insult, every fabricated story, there may be a family forced to suffer the consequences. And that is why we must ask ourselves, what kind of public square are we building? Today, too much of social media rewards the worst in us. Negativity spreads faster than nuance. Anger travels faster than context. Lies move faster than corrections. Insults get more attention than explanation. A cruel post can be celebrated as courage. A malicious rumor can be disguised as truth. A personal attack can be framed as accountability. A fake story can be repeated so many times that the people begin to believe it. This is dangerous because when lies become normal, truth becomes harder to defend. When hatred becomes entertainment, dignity becomes easier to forget. When negativity becomes the language of politics, democracy becomes smaller. And when people are reduced to enemies, we lose the ability to listen. Mr. Speaker, peace agreement itself can help democracy. It can challenge bad ideas. It can improve policies. It can expose weakness in arguments. It can push leaders to do better. It can remind government that power must always be questioned. Every meaningful movement in history improved because people were willing to disagree even with their own side. Progress does not come from everyone agreeing. It comes from people pushing their own side to do better. It comes when ideas are challenged, better policies emerge, and extremes are softened. But disagreement becomes harmful when it is fueled by hatred. Disagreement becomes dangerous when it is built on lies. Disagreement becomes destructive when it forgets the person. That is where we are today. We do not simply disagree on issues. We often attack identities. We do not simply question arguments. We often question motives. We do not simply challenge positions. We often destroy reputations. We do not simply debate. We often dehumanize. And when this becomes the daily rhythm of social media, our people become exhausted. They begin to think public life is only noise. They begin to believe politics is only fighting. They begin to lose trust not only in their leaders, but in one another. This is why we must ask again, can we disagree better? To disagree better means we critique ideas, not people. It means we ask questions before we accuse. It means we listen before we label. It means we verify before we share. It means we correct falsehoods without becoming cruel. It means we hold people accountable without turning their pain into content. It means we remember that the person across from us is still something worth understanding. We spend so much time asking, to whom do we owe our political loyalty, that sometimes we forget to ask, what kind of person are we? That question matters because a person is more than a vote. A person is more than a political color. A person is more than a party. A person is more than a headline. A person is more than the worst things said about them online. We talk about politics like it's the biggest difference between people. But in truth, much of our common life depends on simpler and deeper things. Do we listen? Do we show respect? Do we try to understand? Do we show up for our neighbors? Do we keep our word? Do we tell the truth even when a lie benefits our side? This is where democracy is tested. Not only in elections, not only in Congress, not only in courts, democracy is also tested in the comment section, in the group chat, in the post we share at midnight, in the rumor we repeat, and in the insult we choose to write or refuse to write. It is tested in whether we can still see the human being behind the screen. Mr. Speaker, we must also be honest about the role of social media platforms. These platforms are not passive spaces. They shape what people see. They decide what rises and what disappears. They influence what receives attention, what becomes viral, and what becomes part of public conversation. And too often, the systems reward outrage. They reward anger. They reward conflict. They reward the content that keeps people scrolling, reacting, fighting, and returning for more. We cannot allow platforms to profit from hate while society pays the price. We cannot allow algorithms to amplify lies while truth struggles to catch up. We cannot allow coordinated attacks, fake accounts, deepfakes, malicious edits, harassment, and disinformation networks to poison democratic conversation. We cannot accept a digital culture where cruelty is treated as strategy and falsehood is treated as content. Social media companies, Mr. Speaker, must be held accountable. They must act faster against fake news scams, coordinated harassment, and digital abuse. They must be more transparent about how harmful content spreads. They must provide better tools for users to report lies, threats, impersonation, and manipulation. They must recognize that they are not merely hosting conversations, they are shaping the public square. And when a company shapes the public square, it carries public responsibility. But Mr. Speaker, accountability cannot stop with platforms. We must also hold ourselves accountable because no algorithm can force us to lie. No platform can force us to insult. No trending topic can force us to abandon decency. But we still choose. We choose what to share. We choose what to believe. We choose what to amplify. We choose whether to mock or to understand. We choose whether to correct or to attack. We choose whether to become citizens or spectators of cruelty. Every time we share without checking, we help lies travel. Every time we laugh at humiliation, we help hatred grow. Every time we attack the person instead of the idea, we weaken democracy. Every time we stay silent before a lie because it benefits our side, we damage the truth. Every time we treat fake news as harmless because it serves our political interest, we make our country more vulnerable. And that is the hardest part. It is easy to demand accountability from others. It is harder to admit our own participation in the culture we now criticize. But if we want a better public space, a better public square, we must begin with ourselves. We must ask ourselves, do my words help build a better public conversation? Do my posts help others understand the issue more clearly? Do the things I share add truth or do they add confusion? Do my reactions protect the dignity of another person? Do have I the courage to correct my own side when my own side spreads lies? Do I choose respect even when anger is easier? Do I choose truth even when truth is inconvenient? These questions go to the heart of citizenship. They remind us that democracy is shaped by daily choices, not just by elections and laws. They remind us that conscience must guide even the smallest word we post, share, and repeat. And they remind us that leadership begins wherever we have influence, even in a comment, a message, or a conversation. Mr. Speaker, we need to also recover the value of internal disagreement. When people feel they cannot question their own side, doubts go underground and conversations disappear. Silence does not create unity. It creates pressure. A party, a movement, a community, or a country becomes stronger when people can speak honestly within it. When disagreement is allowed within groups, it reduces the need to fight across them. When allies can correct allies, we grow. When friends can challenge friends, we mature. When leaders can listen to criticism without anger, institutions become stronger. Loyalty should never require blindness. Unity should never require silence. Support should never require surrendering the truth. The strongest movements are not those where everyone claps at every decision. The strongest movements are those where people can speak, listen, correct, and improve together. That is disagreeing better. Mr. Speaker, outside these walls, our partisan differences are also being watched and copied. The way we treat people who belong to another political camp shapes the way our communities talk, argue, and live together. When politics becomes a license to insult, the damage reaches beyond elections. It enters families, workplaces, schools, churches, barangays, and friendships. If we show that partisan politics is only about insult, then we teach our people to insult. If we show that political debate is only about humiliation, then we teach our people to humiliate. If we show that winning an argument matters more than telling the truth, then we teach our people to distrust everything. If we show that loyalty to our side requires hatred of the other side, then we make democracy smaller, angrier, and weaker. But if we show that strong disagreement can live with respect, then we give our people a better example. We show them that political loyalty can still be guided by conscience. We show them that conviction can still be disciplined by truth. We show them that criticism can still carry dignity. We show them that people can support different leaders, different parties, and different causes, yet still belong to one country. Because outside Congress, democracy is lived in ordinary places. It is lived at the dining table. It is lived in the group chat. It is lived in the barangay meeting. It is lived in the office pantry, the classroom, the market, the terminal, and the comment section. And in all these places, the question remains, can we disagree better? We can be firm without being cruel. We can be passionate without being personal. We can expose lies without becoming hateful. We can demand accountability without enjoying humiliation. We can defend our principles without destroying another person's dignity. This is the higher standard democracy asked from us. And this is the higher standard that our people deserve. Mr. Speaker, social media can be a platform for anything we want it to be. It can be a platform for fake news or a platform for truth. It can be a platform for hatred or a platform for understanding. It can be a platform for attacks or a platform for accountability. It can be a platform for division or a platform for dialogue. It can be a place where we tear one another down or a place where we help democracy grow up. The choice is ours. But choices require discipline. Truth requires discipline. This decency requires discipline. Democracy requires discipline. Mr. Speaker, I propose a national framework for better political discourse. First, truth as a minimum standard of public debate. Every political actor, whether in government, opposition, media, civil society, or private citizenship, must return to a basic rule. Criticize hard, but do not lie. Disagree strongly, but do not fabricate. Expose wrongdoing, but do not invent it. Question leaders, but do not spread stories you know are false. Demand accountability, but do not treat rumors as evidence. A democracy cannot survive when citizens lose concern for whether something is true. Truth must be the floor of every public conversation. It must be the minimum requirement before any accusation, argument, campaign, post, or public statement is made. Second, civic or education and political literacy. We must teach our people, especially young Filipinos, how democracy works, how institutions function, how laws are made, how public funds are used, how evidence is assessed, and how citizens can hold power accountable responsibly. This is not just about partisan education. This is not just propaganda. It is basic democratic literacy, how to verify claims, how to read public documents, how to distinguish criticism from harassment, how to debate policy, identify manipulation, participate without spreading hate, and how to demand accountability without destroying human dignity. Third, standards of conduct for public officials and political actors. Those of us in public life must be the first to raise the standard. We cannot ask our citizens to reject disinformation if we benefit from it. We cannot ask young people to be respectful if we reward cruelty from our own supporters. We cannot call for unity while feeding division. We cannot demand respect while practicing contempt. Our political parties, public officials, campaign teams, consultants, and supporters must be reminded that winning at the cost of truth weakens the very democracy we seek to lead. Leadership is not only about winning arguments, it is about setting the tone. Fourth, responsible campaigning and public communication. Our campaign culture must mature. Campaigns should compete on records, platforms, programs, and competence. They should not rely on lies, fear, intimidation, dehumanization, or personal destruction. The Commission on Elections should continue strengthening rules of campaign conduct, political advertising, spending transparency, and coordinated manipulation, whether online or offline. Citizens should know who is paying for political messages. Citizens should know when they are being persuaded. Citizens should know when a campaign is hiding behind anonymous attacks. No voter should be manipulated by hidden money pretending to be public sentiment. Fifth, institutional response to threats, harassment, and political intimidation. Public discourse must be free, but it also must remain within the bounds of law, accountability, and respect for human dignity. The Philippine government must respond to age threats, harassments, intimidation, impersonation, doxing, coordinated attacks, and political violence within the bounds of due process and constitutional rights. Legitimate criticism must be protected. Peaceful dissent must be protected. Political satire must be protected. Hard questions must be protected. But threats are not debate. Harassment is not accountability. Violence is not speech. Intimidation is not democracy. Lastly, responsible media and public platforms. Media organizations, commentators, influencers, community leaders, and civic organizations shape public discourse, and they carry a public responsibility. It doesn't mean they must stop criticizing government. On the contrary, a free press must remain strong, independent, and fearless. But public commentary must be anchored on facts, context, fairness, and accountability. The goal should not be to inflame for attention. The goal should be to inform the public so that citizens can decide wisely. Mr. Speaker, our democracy does not need a public square filled with perfect agreement. It needs a public square strong enough for honest disagreement. It needs citizens brave enough to speak the truth. It needs leaders humble enough to listen. It needs platform responsible enough to protect people. It needs a nation mature enough to say we can debate, we can question, we can criticize, we can oppose, and still refuse to hate. That is the challenge before us. To end, Mr. Speaker, democracy does not collapse in a single moment. It erodes slowly. When truth becomes optional, when lies becomes a strategy, and when citizens grow tired of distinguishing between the two. The question before us is no longer whether we disagree. The question is whether we still recognize the truth when we see it, and whether we have the courage to defend it. We can be firm without being cruel. We can be critical without being destructive. We can be political without being dishonest. But none of this happens by accident. It requires choice. It requires discipline. It requires courage. If we fail to choose truth, then others would choose falsehood for us. If we fail to raise the standard will continue to fall. Truth, Mr. Speaker, is not a strategy, it is a duty. Decency is not a weakness, it is strength. And disagreement, when done right, is not a threat to democracy, it is the proof that democracy is alive. The challenge is not to eliminate disagreement. The challenge is to deserve it. Let us rise to that standard. Let us disagree better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from the 1st District of Lanao del Sur, Representative Zia Alonto Adyong, for his interpellation.
There an objection? Chair hears none. The Honorable Sir Knight. Zia Adyong is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Just a few questions I'd like to ask to my good friend, Representative Asidri. Well, the gentleman from the Tingog Party List honors this representation for a few answers. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, yes, this representation is happy to answer any questions from the Honorable Adyong.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Tingog Party List started off with a very strong question on how we can disagree better. And I think the insinuation, or rather the explanation of the good gentleman, covers the very foundation of why this republic has even existed in the first place, which is democracy. And I agree with him completely that the truth cannot be compromised, that in order for us to build a better democracy, we should at least have a population that is accessible to well-informed information, accurate information, so that their decision when it comes to selecting their leaders will be well-guided, well-informed, and could choose a better representatives for themselves, Mr. Speaker. Number two, this has been a perennial problem. Started when the social media dominates the conversational space. A person in the Philippines can actually converse with the individual in other countries. Sabi nga nila, real time. And information spreads even faster than the speed of light. The information that we gather from social media, the sources of information that we gather from social media is so fast that the person from other continents, people from other continents, can even convey information or happenings in their country way, way faster than what we used to experience before. But this is just an information gathering. It does not necessarily mean the truth. And that's why I laud the good gentleman from Tingog Party List for coming up, standing up, and reminding us of the very important issues, the elephant in the room, I would say. That conversation should be based on truth and justice, I would presume. Now, my question, Mr. Speaker, is that since this has been a perennial problem, what prompted, Mr. Speaker, the good gentleman from standing up this time, from reminding this House of something that we should also look into as not only as a personal concern or group concern, but as well as a national security issue? Because I remember, Mr. Speaker, postings on Facebook recently have made as a subject for an investigation of the National Bureau of Investigation, even subject for a review of our security agency. And there have been quite a number of arrests and inquiries that took place in recent days. What then was the reason behind the gentleman's delivery of this particular subject matter in his privilege speech?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, this presentation was prompted by recent events which point out to the increasing toxicity and negativity in social media. We know this has been there for the longest time, but in recent weeks and months, we've seen the extent of the damage that such irresponsible criticisms on social media, even fake news and all this harmful content can do so to destabilize not only our democratic system or democratic life, but even the very foundations upon which the Filipino society is founded upon. And I think it beckons us, especially as we resume for this session, to be reminded that the quality of our political discourse actually reflects the quality of our politics. We already see the trajectory where we are leading ourselves. So it would be most helpful to confront the issue in the eye and tell ourselves that we, not only us in this Congress, but I believe every Filipino deserves a better kind of politics, to a better kind of political discourse. One that does not shy away from disagreement, as I said, but one that takes advantage of disagreements to destroy and to inflict harm on the quality of life, of political life as we know it.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Speaker, for during the previous Congress, there was really an attempt. There was an attempt by this House, by this institution, to find solution on the propagation of fake news, which actually borders to strengthening our national security. If I may remind the good gentleman, and I'm pretty sure that he recalls this quite well, that we had formed a tri-committee to essentially discuss about how we can address, formulate policies, and then come up with the legislation so that we can address the propagation of fake news that is now dominating the social media spaces. And so, Mr. Speaker, there were quite a number of issues that were brought out. Number one, social media does not depend in itself, for its purpose, at least the way it was designed, does not concern itself with factual information, but it actually concerns itself with the rate of viewership and the likes and the share, so that it can also reach a point where it can be monetized. And that's number one problem. That's why we also invited BIR, whether such platforms can actually be policed through taxation. That's number one policies. Number two policies is because some of the vloggers that we invited hide behind the constitutional provision of the freedom of speech. That whenever they post something or accuse, not really accuse, but criticize some policies or personalities, for that matter, they always use the constitutional guarantee of freedom of speech so that they may insulate themselves from a possible lawsuit. Because we have cyber libel cases that one can actually use in order to run after those who are spreading lies and destroying a person's reputation. My question now, Mr. Speaker, is this. Because we already have the cyber libel law, we also have the libel law. But the way I understand it and the way I listen to the speech of the good gentleman, still, even despite with all these cases, the social, the postings of fake news have continuously rising, despite the fact that there have been cases of investigation and arrest and filing of charges. Meaning to say, these are not deterrent. How can we now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the gentleman, if he has other proposals for us to probably strengthen the deterrent measures in order to not only police our social media space, but to make our laws responsive to those whose only intention is to create chaos, not just destroy the reputation of an individual, but ultimately to create anarchy and chaos in our society. Probably, Mr. Speaker, using some individual or group in order to spread lies. How, with the presence of these policies, these laws already being existing, anti-cyber bullying, the cyber law, libel, Mr. Speaker, what are other possible ways in order to strengthen policing in social media, Mr. Speaker, and how does this gentleman see the possibility of maybe amending certain laws so that we can be more responsive in trying to address these concerns and to make the law more, to give our laws a better grasp, Mr. Speaker, in holding those who have been spreading lies, destroying essentially the very essence of our democracy, which is based in truth and justice for their own selfish end, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to highlight 3 points. First is, for the longest time, we have started to believe that social media is just consequent of algorithms, of virality, and all these intangibles, so to speak. But what we've realized recently is that even this, what is perceived to be intangible, have real and offline consequences. And that's something that we need to confront. I know in many countries, restrictions are being now studied, are being considered as to the need to stop anonymity in social media accounts, so that in the end, accountability can be imputed to users instead of looking at how messages of how content can be manipulated, especially with the use of amplifiers or trolls. It's so easy to simply dismiss this as a technical intervention. But I think it's very important to emphasize that there is real damage, there is real harm, and that as a government, we have the responsibility to prevent those harm from continuing and to ensure that social media and the internet continues to be a safe space. I would want, of course, free and open conversations on social media, but not to the extent that real damage is done to not only to individuals, but even to the institutions that form part of who we are as a society. Second point, Mr. Speaker, is that there has to be a realization that social media is not simply about the users, but about the platforms as well. And that accountability must be shared by users, by government, as well as the platforms in ensuring that social media and the internet continues to be a safe space. As I said, these algorithms, they do not happen by themselves. There are companies, there are corporations, there are enterprises who actually allow or facilitate the virality or the exposure of this content, and they too must be held accountable. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would like to emphasize that I started my privilege speech with the emphasis on disagreeing, because that is very much a part of our democratic life. And I would protect anyone else's right to speak what they believe in their hearts, whether it's political, social, or cultural, but not to forget as well that every right that we have has a correlated responsibility. The use of social media may be a platform for us to express our thoughts, our minds, our opinions, but that too has a corresponding responsibility that it is to be used in order to build, to defend, and to strengthen our way of life.
Mr. Speaker, I'm curious, Mr. Speaker, what would be if somebody actually says something which is completely false, to a point that the intention, the inherent intention of that is to destroy one person's reputation. What is now the understanding of the gentleman when a reason that is given out is there is a guaranteed, constitutional guaranteed of freedom of speech? What would the gentleman say about that? If, for example, the explanation for doing so is that one is being given and being guaranteed that anything can be shared, opinion or otherwise, it's either through social media or any other material or any other modes of communication. And the excuse is because one is being guaranteed with the constitutional guarantee of freedom of speech. What does the gentleman say about that?
Mr. Speaker, the law cannot choose on whether it is the right of the one who speaks or the one who's being talked about. Both should be respected. The right of people to express their mind, to speak about people, as well as the right of the others to have their integrity intact. My point being, Mr. Speaker, is that while we allow and we protect and even preserve the right to speech, to free speech, we must not forget that the exercise of these rights should not infringe on the rights of others to the integrity of their person, or, as I mentioned in my privileged speech, in the exercise of our freedom to speak, the truth should be the minimum criteria or requirement for determining what should be defended or not.
Would you gentlemen agree with me that a right is actually coupled with an obligation? That when you're given a certain right for you to exercise, that also has some colatilia, if for pardon for the lack of better term, a colatilia that one has to be more responsible also in expressing certain points or certain ideas or a certain thought. Would the gentleman agree with me on that?
Definitely, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, lastly, what about the emerging industry, artificial AI? This has already been, aggressively now being dominating the social media space. Some videos that we see online can not taken as real, but somehow we are told that we need to verify because AI now, the artificial intelligence, is so advanced that you cannot actually describe which one is real and which one is being manufactured. What does the gentleman say about how do we proactively prevent this industry, this technology, from landing in the wrong hands, perhaps per se, to be used to probably confuse or to spread malicious information, fake news, that before we even reach that stage, there should be a policy that could proactively prevent the scenario wherein everybody will no longer recognize truth from falsehood. What does the gentleman say about that?
Mr. Speaker, to distinguished colleague, that is why, especially with the rise of artificial intelligence, with the promises it provides in increasing the level of technology and the technological sophistication that we deal with, it's very important that in the same manner and to the same extent, we must stress the importance of strengthening ethical use of artificial intelligence. I know this may be outside the gambit of legislation, but we can always create that ecosystem that allows and shapes the ethical use of artificial intelligence. The boundaries must be clear, the goals must be clear, and when these boundaries and goals blur what is favorable or what builds society, then we should start asking ourselves whether or not to restrict the use of AI to this extent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that response. For yes and no lang na po nasagot. Will the gentleman support the recommendation of the Tri-Committee in terms of addressing the issues and concerns that the gentleman enumerated earlier?
Mr. Speaker, this representation will be most supportive of such an effort, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the gentleman from Team Party List for the opportunity to ask him questions. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Honorable Jude Asidre of Tingog Party List to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
The speech of Honorable Jude Asidre, including its interpellation, is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to extend the privilege hour for another hour to allow the other members who registered from the Committee on Rules to avail the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the privilege hour is extended for another hour. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative J.C. Abalos of the four-piece party list to avail of the privilege hour.
The Honorable J.C. Abalos of the four-piece party list is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, to our guests present, at sa lahat ng kababayan natin na nakikinig ngayon, magandang gabi po. Nitong mga nakarang araw, Mr. Speaker, sa kabila ng sari-saring issue tulad ng krisis na epekto ng gera sa Middle East, mga usapin ng accountability at transparency sa ating pamahalaan at iba pang mga usapin, may isang issue ukol sa bayarin sa kuryente na nagdulot ng tensyon at hindi magagandang pananalita laban sa mga pinaka-vulnerable at pinakamahirap na sektor ng ating lipunan, kabilang na dito ang mga benepisyaryo ng 4Ps. Mr. Speaker, ang tinutukoy ko po ay ang usapin tungkol sa lifeline subsidy program. And I stand here today with the hope of informing our countrymen about the lifeline subsidy and the misconceptions circulating online. Mr. Speaker, when people see their bills rising, when they work hard and feel that they are carrying more than their fair share, that frustration deserves to be heard, not dismissed. Ngunit, dapat din po nating linawin, Mr. Speaker, hindi ang mahihirap ang dahilan ng mataas na singil sa kuryente. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to refresh our memory and briefly discuss the background of this subsidy program. Ang lifeline subsidy rate ay nanggaling sa Section 73 ng Republic Act 9136 o ang Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001. Isa po itong government subsidy program para mabigyan ng discount ang mga low-income electric power consumers. This was initially programmed for the next 10 years after its enactment. In May 2021, this subsidy program was expanded by the enactment of RA 11552 or the Expanded Lifeline Rate Law. Sa pamamagitan ng batas na ito, maaaring mag-avail ng lifeline rate ang marginalized end user sa pamamagitan ng subsidy or discount sa kanilang electricity bill. Just to briefly illustrate, an electricity bill is composed mainly of generation charges, transmission charges, distribution charges, and other items. Kung titignan po natin ng maigi, makikita po natin na ang malaking bahagi ng ating binabayaran ay napupunta sa generation, transmission, at distribution charges. Habang may bahagi rin sa ating monthly electricity bill na napupunta sa ibang component tulad ng government taxes, universal charges, and other miscellaneous components, including the subsidy for senior citizens at ang nabanggit ko nga, ang lifeline subsidy rate para sa low-income households. According to ERC Resolution Number 2 Series of 2026 of January this year, the uniform lifeline subsidy rate was fixed at 1 centavo per kilowatt hour. This equates to roughly about half of 1% of the entire electricity bill. Ang lifeline subsidy ay hindi lalagpas ng 1% ng total electricity bill. Mr. Speaker, hindi ko po minamaliit ang halos 1% na lifeline subsidy na sinisingil sa atin. Ngunit, hindi rin po ito sapat na dahilan para isisi at maliitin ang mga mahihirap sa presyo ng kuryente. Bukod rito, tinakda ng ERC resolution na nabanggit ko kanina ang National Lifeline Consumption Threshold at 50 kilowatt hour. Ibig sabihin, ang mga marginalized household na ang electric consumption ay hindi hihigit sa 50 kilowatt hour sa isang buwan ay maaaring mabigyan ng 100% discount. Para sa kaalaman nating lahat, ito ang itsura ng household na may 50 kilowatt hour consumption sa isang buwan. 4 na light bulbs running at 10 hours a day, isang electric fan used for 8 hours a day, isang television on for 9 hours a day, and a relatively small refrigerator that is usually running for 24 hours a day. This, according to the ERC, is a typical set of electric appliances of a poor household. And to note, most of them may not have televisions or refrigerators that make their electricity consumption far lesser than 50 kilowatt hour in a month. Bagamat may joint resolution na po, Mr. Speaker, ang DOE, ERC, at DSWD sa automatic registration para sa mga 4Ps, nais ko rin po linawin na hindi lahat ng 4Ps beneficiaries at hindi lahat ng pinakamahihirap na sektor ay nakikinabang sa subsidy program na ito. Ayon sa latest ERC data, as of March 30, 2026, may 333,894 individuals na nakaregister sa Lifeline Subsidy Program. 271,000 sa kanila ay benepisyaryo ng 4Ps, habang ang iba, 62,000, ay non-4Ps beneficiaries. Nais ko pong idein, Mr. Speaker, na sa 330,000 plus registrant na ito, halos 135 to 150,000 lamang ang nakapag-avail ng subsidy. Sa totoo lang, Mr. Speaker, mas marami pang ang excluded kesa included sa programa. 333,894 registrants, but only less than half, 135 to 150,000, were actually able to avail. Given these numbers, Mr. Speaker, I do not think collections are efficiently utilized yet, considering that the tripartite resolution was only issued this year. Mahalaga rin po, Mr. Speaker, na maunawaan rin natin ang obstacles sa implementation. Napakahalagang maintindihan natin ang mga realidad na dinadanasan ng ating mga pinakamahihirap na kababayan kung bakit hindi simple ang pag-avail sa programa. Isa sa mga realidad na ito ay karamihan o halos lahat sa kanila ay tenants or renters, at ang electric service account ay nakapangalan sa may-ari ng kung saan sila nakatira. Sa madaling salita, Mr. Speaker, hindi sa kanila nakapangalan ang electricity bill, kaya hindi basta-basta ang pag-avail ng Lifeline subsidy. May mga pagkakataon rin na sila ay ang mag-a-assume ng isang abandoned electric service account at mahihirapan rin silang mailipat ang account na ito sa kanilang pangalan. Isa pa po, Mr. Speaker, ang realidad na karamihan ng ating pinakamahihirap na kababayan ay informal settlers. At dahil informal settlers, nakapaligid rin minsan ang tinitirahan sa mga informal na installations tulad ng jumper at illegal na connections, kaya hindi rin sila basta-basta makakapag-avail. Kailangan rin natin maunawaan ang realidad kung saan hindi lang isang pamilya o isang household ang sakop ng isang tahanan at ng isang electricity bill. Hindi rin po madali mag-register sa Lifeline Subsidy Program, lalo na sa mga nakatira sa laylayan. Malayo ang biyahe papunta sa distribution utility offices kung saan pwedeng mag-register. May mga documentary requirements rin sa registration process na maaaring mag-discourage sa ating mga kababayan sa pag-avail ng programa. Bagamat onti pa lang ang natutulungan ng Lifeline Subsidy, halos lahat naman ng 4Ps beneficiaries ay apektado sa pambabatikos ng ilang mga netizen. We must also understand, Mr. Speaker, when trust in institutions are low, when we are all in the middle of an energy crisis, when people see their bills rising, when they work hard and feel that they are carrying more than their fair share, that frustration deserves to be heard. Pero habang kinikilala po natin, Mr. Speaker, ang damdaming ito, kailangan din nating itama ang direksyon ng sisi, hindi sa mahihirap. Uulitin ko po, Mr. Speaker, 333 plus thousand registrants para sa Lifeline Subsidy, pero less than half lang ang nakapag-avail, 135 to 150,000. In spite of millions of Filipinos experiencing poverty, and also millions of Filipinos who feel that they are paying more than their fair share. Mr. Speaker, inaasahan po ng representasyong ito na sa parating na annual report ng Energy Regulatory Commission sa Joint Congressional Energy Commission as specified in Rule 4 Section 2E of the IRR of RA 11552, mabibigyan po tayo ng karagdagang impormasyon ukol sa programang ito. Kaya nananawagan po ako na sana makonvene po ang JCEC para matugunan po natin ang problemang ito. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward, we must approach this issue with both care and clarity. When people see their bills, their frustration deserves to be heard, not dismissed. But at the same time, we must be equally careful not to direct the frustration toward the wrong place. The Lifeline Subsidy under RA 9136 as amended by RA 11552 is a targeted mechanism still limited in reach with only a fraction of eligible households currently able to avail of it. About 1% of the electricity bill goes to the Lifeline Subsidy. This tells us two things. First, that the program is not the primary driver of electricity costs, And second, that its design and implementation may still need to be improved. If a policy meant to help is now being misunderstood or causing division, then our responsibility is to revisit and refine it thoughtfully. We must remain open to examining all possible approaches, whether within the current framework or through alternative means such as making the necessary amendments. Mr. Speaker, this issue reminds us that behind every electricity bill are ordinary Filipino families doing their best to get by. When costs rise, people naturally look for answers, and that frustration is real. But as we discuss this matter, we must keep the conversation grounded in facts and directed toward solution, not one another. At malinaw po sa datos, ang lifeline subsidy ay maliit na bahagi lamang ng kabubuoang singil sa kuryente at limitado pa ang naaabot nito dahil sa mga hamon sa implementasyon. Ibig sabihin, kung may kailangang pag-usapan, yon ay kung paano mapapalinaw ang sistema, mapapabuti ang pagpapatupad, at masisiguro na tama at sapat ang impormasyong nakakarating sa publiko. Kaya ang panawagan po ng representasyong na ito ay simple. Pag-aralin natin ng maigi ang programa, ayusin natin kung saan may kakulangan at manatiling bukas sa mga posibleng paraan upang mas maging epektibo at patas ang ating mga pulisiya sa enerhiya. Sa likod ng bawat bayarin sa kuryente ay mga pamilyang Pilipino, mayaman man o mahirap, na araw-araw ay nagsisikap para makaraos. Muli, maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, at magandang gabi po sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable J.C. Abalos to the Committee on Rules for its proper disposition.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the speech of Honorable J.C. Abalos is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Sarah Jane I. Elago of Gabriela Party List to avail of the privileged hour.
The Honorable Sarah Jane Ilago of the Gabriela Party List is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, mga kapwa ko mambabatas at higit sa lahat, sa mga manggagawang Pilipinong patuloy na lumalaban sa gitna ng patong-patong na krisis, magandang gabi sa lahat. Katatapos lamang ng Mayo 1, marami sa atin ang nakakita o kaya ay nakasama mismo ng mga manggagawa sa lansangan. Bit-bit, hindi ang kanilang mga gamit paggawa, ngunit ang mga placards, mga flags, banners, kasama ng iba't ibang panawagan. Kung sa marami, natapos lamang ang Mayo 1 bilang paggunita ng pandaigdigang araw ng paggawa, para sa mga manggagawa, hindi natatapos sa isang araw ang paglaban. Araw-araw, bitbit ng manggagawa ang panawagan para sa sapat at nakabubuhay na sahod, sa pagbuwag ng regional wages at pagkakaroon ng national minimum wage, makataong kondisyon sa paggawa, maayos na mga benepisyo at security of tenure. Mr. Speaker, we often hear that the Filipino workers are the backbone of our economy. But if it were truly the case, bakit hanggang sa ngayon ay hindi pa rin naibibigay ang mga pangunahing panawagan ng mga manggagawa para sa disenteng buhay? Mga construction workers na nagtatayo ng mga buildings, condominiums, hotels, ngunit hindi kayang makabili ng bahay para sa kanilang mga pamilya. Mga health workers na sa haba ng working hours ay halos nakatira na sa mga ospital, ngunit kapag nagkasakit naman sila, ay hindi kayang tustusan ang sariling bills sa ospital. Mga manggagawa sa mga restaurants, ngunit hirap na hirap pagkasyahin ang sahod para makabili ng sapat at masustansyang pagkain ng kanilang mga pamilya. Sa katunayan, Mr. Speaker, nandirito ang mga manggagawa ng Kowloon House mula sa Genuine Labor Organization of Workers in Hotel, Restaurants, and Allied Industries, Kilosang Mayo 1 o Glow Rain KMU, na matagumpay sa kanilang 6 na araw na welga para sa pagpapatupad ng wage order compliance at staggered payments ng kanilang service charge na dapat maibalik sa kanila. Sa kabila ng napakatamis na tagumpay na dulot ng sama-samang pagkilos ng mga manggagawa, mapait na balita naman ang naipaulat na 70 manggagawa ang nawalan ng trabaho dulot ng biglaang pagsasara ng ibang bahagi ng negosyo ng Colon House matapos ang naging labor dispute at pinirmahan na agreement sa pagitan ng management at union. Ayon sa umiiral na batas paggawa, Ginoong Speaker, ipinagbabawal ang anumang uri ng retaliatory action laban sa mga manggagawa na nagsasagawa ng kanilang lehitimong pag-oorganisa at kolektibong pagkilos para sa kanilang mga karapatan at kapakanan. Kaya ngayong araw, naghain tayo ng House Resolution number 974 upang imbestigahan at layunin nito na mapalakas ang kasalukuyang mga batas sa pagtataguyod ng karapatan ng mga manggagawa kasama na ang security of tenure, collective bargaining at proteksyon mula sa unjust dismissal. Tunay nga na hindi naman kulang sa sipag at tiyaga ang mga manggagawang Pilipino. Kulang sila sa pagkamit ng mga karapatan na matagal na dapat itinataguyod at naisa sa katuparan ng ating pamahalaan. Let me start with our wage system, Mr. Speaker. Hindi makatarungan ang realidad na hanggang ngayon, ang halaga ng paggawa ng isang tao ay nakadepende sa kung saan siya nagtatrabaho. Na para bang iba ang halaga ng pagod ng mga nasa Metro Manila kumpara sa ibang rehiyon. Pareho lang rin naman o kaya nga mas mataas pa ang presyo ng mga bilihin sa labas ng NCR na lalong nagpapatindi ng gutom at kahirapan sa labas ng Kamaynilaan. Kung tayo nga na mga kongresista na nagmula sa iba't ibang rehiyon at distrito ay may pantay na mga sahod, bakit hindi natin ito maibigay sa mga manggagawa? Kaya ang panawagan ng Gabriela Women's Party, buwagin ang regional wages at isulong ang national minimum wage. Wala sa rehiyon ang pagod at halaga ng paggawa. Dagdag pa sa usapin ng sahod ang pagkabahala ng mga manggagawa na mawalan ng trabaho dahil sa matinding digitalization ng iba't ibang industriya. Habang maraming benepisyo ang pag-unlad ng teknolohiya sa industriya, marami ring ikinababahala ang mga manggagawa pagdating sa kawalan o kakulangan ng tunay na just transition at upskilling na maaaring magdulot ng mga malawakang tanggalan sa trabaho at iba't iba pang anyo ng pagsasamantala. Sa mga fast food chains, dumarami ang mga self-ordering kiosks. Sa freelance work, mas pinipili ng employers na mag-invest sa artificial intelligence kaysa sa pagpapaunlad ng human resources. Sa mga platform work, algorithm ang nagdidikta kung anong orders o deliveries ang papasok sa application. Nawawalan ng human administration, kaya nawawala na rin ang makataong konsiderasyon sa mga kondisyon ng mga drivers. Ayon nga sa pag-aaral ng International Labor Organization, kasama ang manggagawa ng Pilipinas sa buong Southeast Asia sa pinakamaapektuhan ng generative artificial intelligence. As published by Philippine Star citing ILO, in the Philippines, 93.7% of clerical jobs shall be affected, with 37.8% falling into the highest risk category. Mas malala ang epekto nito sa mga manggagawang kababaihan dahil maraming kababaihan ang nasa clerical at administrative positions. Kailangan natin ng progreso, ngunit kailangan din lagi nating itanong, para kanino? Whose interest does it serve? Who benefits? Is it true progress if it does not consider the rights and welfare of workers? It is simply exploitation and wanton disregard for human rights. Simple lang ang hiling ng mga manggagawa, ang mabuhay ng may dignidad. Ang tanong lang sa atin, ilang Mayo 1 pa ba ang lilipas bago nating seryosong tutugunan ang panawagan ng mga manggagawa? Mr. Speaker, it is high time that we abolish regional wage rates and establish a national minimum wage. It is time to ensure that job digitalization and automation shall not take away workers' rights and dignity. Muli, mabuhay ang mga manggagawang Pilipino sa buong bansa na patuloy na lumalaban at tumitindig para sa nakabubuhay na sahod at disenteng trabaho. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Honorable Ilago. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the privilege speech of the Honorable Elago to the Committee on Rules for its proper action.
The speech of Honorable Sarah Jane Ilago is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the honorable gentleman from the 2nd District of Manila, Representative Ronaldo Valeriano, to avail of the privilege hour.
The gentleman from the 2nd District of Manila, the Honorable Rolando Valeriano, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues, mga kababayan, I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege to call the attention of this august chamber to a practice in the petroleum trade that is quietly draining billions of pesos from the government revenues and undermining fair competition in the oil industry. This practice is known as ship-to-ship transfer or STS. Under normal circumstances, ship-to-ship transfer are legitimate maritime operations. In international shipping, petroleum cargo is sometimes transferred from one tanker to another while at sea for logistical reasons. Sometimes, large vessels may transfer cargo to smaller vessels that can enter shallower ports, or shipments may be consolidated or redistributed before reaching their final destination. However, because this transfer takes place offshore and away from regular port supervision, the same mechanism can also be vulnerable to abuse if not properly monitored and documented. Allow me to explain how this modus works. A petroleum importer loads a large volume of fuel from a foreign port bound for the Philippines. On paper, the shipment is declared as a specific quantity intended to arrive at a designated Philippine port. But before the tanker reaches that port, another vessel meets in the middle of the sea. Through a ship-to-ship transfer operation, a portion of the petroleum cargo is transferred to the smaller vessel. When the original tanker finally docks at the Philippine port, the cargo it carries is now smaller than the quantity originally loaded abroad. Taxes and duties are then paid only on the reduced quantity that actually arrives at port. Meanwhile, the portion of the petroleum cargo that was transferred offshore may enter the domestic market through other channels, through our very porous coastal areas, potentially bypassing proper customs declaration and taxation. Nagets po ninyo ang modus, mga kababayan. Para makaiwas sa pagbabayad ng tamang buwis, may mga buitreng oil importers na palihim na sinusundo sa gitna ng dagat ang kanilang inangkat na langis. Doon nila binabawasan ang laman ng oil cargo upang pagdating sa pantalan ng Pilipinas, mas maliit na volume na lamang ang idedeklara at mas mababa na rin ang buwis na babayaran. Smuggling na, tax evasion pa. Ayon sa aking industry source, talamak po iyan sa Port of Davao, Port of Batangas, Port of Cagayan de Oro, at Port of Bataan. Over the years, the Philippine Coast Guard, National Bureau of Investigation, and Bureau of Customs have seized billions worth of smuggled oil and fuels and filed cases with the Department of Justice and prosecuted in courts. Here are some documented incidents and cases. In June 2025, 219.5 million worth of alleged smuggled oil was seized in La Union by the Bureau of Customs. In February 2025, the PNP-CIDG seized over 13 million worth of oil products and arrested 26 individuals at the Port of Batangas. In September 2024, a ship was intercepted in Manila by the Philippine Coast Guard. The ship was suspected of carrying smuggled fuel while en route to Bataan. In July 2024, to be circling waters of Bataan where it is suspected of paiye or oil smuggling. Mr. Speaker, this kind of operation cannot easily happen in isolation. Ship movements in our waters are monitored, but sometimes some ships turn off their transponders so their movements cannot be detected. Vessel entries into ports are documented. Petroleum cargo is regulated. For such a scheme to operate repeatedly and successfully, it raises a disturbing question. It is possible that certain actors within regulatory or enforcement institution are turning a blind eye, or worse, are being used to facilitate these operations. Hindi natin maaaring isang tabi ang posibilidad na may mga taong gobyerno na nakikipagsabwatan sa oil importers upang maisagawa ang ganitong krimen. Under the Customs Modernization and Tariff Act or Republic Act number 10863, misdeclaration of imported goods are unlawful importation and punishable offenses. Under the Tax Reform for Acceleration and Inclusion Law or Republic Act number 10963, petroleum products are subject to excise tax that form part of the government revenue base. If petroleum shipments are being partially diverted before reaching Philippine ports, then the government may be deprived of taxes that should rightfully be collected. Industry estimates suggest that oil smuggling may be costing the Philippine government between 40 billion and 60 billion pesos every year in lost taxes and duties. Ship-to-ship transfer are being used as part of this scheme. Then, we are looking at a serious leak in our national revenues. Hindi pwedeng sa gitna ng dagat nawawala ang langis, tapos sa kaban ng bayan nawawala ang buwis. Kung may nawawalang langis sa dagat, siguradong may nawawalang bilyong buwis sa bayan. The Filipino people deserve transparency if mechanisms such as ship-to-ship transfers are being used to circumvent customs regulation and avoid the payment of lawful taxes. The Philippine Coast Guard and the Philippine Navy, which monitor vessel movements in our maritime domain, must determine whether ship-to-ship transfers involving petroleum cargo are taking place within or near Philippine waters without proper oversight. The Department of Energy, as the regulator of the downstream oil industry under Republic Act number 8479 or the Oil Deregulation Law, must also ensure full transparency and compliance among petroleum importers and distributors. Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, in light of this concern, Congress may also consider strengthening the regulatory framework governing offshore petroleum transfer. One possible legislative response is to require mandatory reporting and prior authorization for all ship-to-ship petroleum transfer involving cargo destined for Philippine ports. Vessel intending to perform such transfer should be required to declare the operation in advance, identify the receiving vessel, disclose the volume transfer, and submit the necessary documentation to the Bureau of Customs, the Philippine Coast Guard, and the Department of Energy. Failure to declare such transfer could then constitute prima facie evidence of misdeclaration or smuggling under the Customs Modernization Act. Mr. Speaker, in an industry as vital as petroleum, transparency is essential. If ship-to-ship transfer are being conducted legitimately, then proper documentation and monitoring should easily prove it. But when this mechanism is being abused to divert petroleum cargo and evade taxes, and if certain actors within the system are enabling it, then Congress has a duty to expose it and stop it. At a time when Filipino people motorists are struggling with volatile fuel prices and rising transport costs, the Filipino people deserve to know that every liter of fuel sold in this country has paid the taxes required by law. Wala dapat nakikinabang sa sistemang dinadaya ang taong bayan. I therefore call upon the appropriate committees of the House of Representatives to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into ship-to-ship petroleum transfer practices in the Philippine petroleum trade, including the possible involvement of or negligence of responsible regulatory and enforcement agency. Let us ensure that the petroleum industry operates under a system that is fair, transparent, and accountable to the Filipino people. Salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the speech of the Honorable Vareliano to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
There is no objection. She hears none. The speech of the Honorable Valeriano is hereby referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize Representative Presley C. De Jesus, Party List, Pilreca, for his privileged speech.
The Honorable De Jesus. Are there any objection? She hears none. The Honorable De Jesus hereby recognized. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, good evening. I rise today not merely to raise a concern, but to address what appears to be a direct affront to the authority of the Congress. In 2020, this chamber denied the renewal of the franchise of ABS-CBN after exhaustive hearings and careful deliberation. That decision was clear. It was final. It was an exercise of our constitutional duty to regulate the use of public airwaves, resources that belong not to any corporation but to the Filipino people. And yet today, Mr. Speaker, we are faced with the troubling reality despite having no franchise. ABS-CBN has found its way back into the homes of millions of Filipinos, occupying vast amounts of airtime on frequencies it was not granted, through arrangements that stretch the limit of what the law was ever meant to allow. Let us call this what it is. This is not a mere content provision. This is not ordinary black timing. When a single entity supplies nearly all the programming, defines the identity of a channel, and effectively dictates what the public sees and hears, it is no longer just buying airtime. It is operating as a broadcaster, everything but name. And that, Mr. Speaker, strikes at the very heart of our constitutional duty to grant and regulate franchises. Are we now to accept a situation where Congress can deny a franchise only for the same entity to return through a backdoor? Are we to pretend that the law has been followed simply because the arrangement has been dressed up in technical compliance? If this is allowed to continue unchecked, then we must ask ourselves a difficult but necessary question. What if, at all, is the value of a congressional franchise? Because if the same entity can function as a nationwide broadcaster without its approval, then our authority is not just weakened, it is rendered irrelevant. This is not only a legal issue, this is a matter of institutional integrity. It is also a matter of fairness. Other networks have gone through the constitutional process. They secured franchises. They subjected themselves to regulation. Yet, here we are, faced with a scenario where one entity appears to enjoy the reach and influence of a broadcaster without bearing the same legal burden. That does not seem to be a level playing field. That seems to be a distortion of a balanced system. Mr. Speaker, beyond these concerns, there are specific developments that demand closer scrutiny. What began as limited block time arrangements with networks such as TV5 and A2Z has evolved into something far more expansive. Reports now indicate that ABS-CBN is effectively providing the entirety of programming for television platforms under the Villar Group, utilizing the former Channel 2 frequency in such arrangement. ABS-CBN appears to exercise substantial control over content and operations, and in turn, receiving the lion's share of revenues. This raises an important question. Are we witnessing a de facto circumvention of the franchise requirement? If ABS-CBN can operate at this scale without a franchise, then we must ask, does this confer undue advantage over fully franchised broadcasters? Does this create an uneven regulatory burden that undermines fair competition? Because when one entity can achieve nationwide reach without complying with the same legal obligations, the result is not innovation. It is regulatory imbalance and potentially anti-competitive practice. Even more alarming are reports that in some cases, these block time arrangements consume nearly the entire broadcast day. If that is true, then we must ask, who is truly in control of these stations? The franchise holder or the block timer? Or worse, have these franchise holders been reduced to mere legal fronts in lending their privilege while another entity effectively runs the show? Mr. Speaker, there are also lingering governance and compliance issues that remain unresolved. Recent reports indicate that the board of ABS-CBN continues to be controlled by Lopez Incorporated, with 3 out of 7 Lopez's appointed directors identified as American citizens. This matter was raised during previous franchise hearings, but was never conclusively settled. It directly touches on constitutional limitations regarding foreign ownership and control of mass media and whether current arrangements remain within the bounds of the law. To recall, Mr. Speaker, the operation of mass media in the Philippines is defined by a strict Filipino-only mandate. Under Article 16, Section 11 of the 1987 Constitution, both the ownership and the management of mass media must be 100% Filipino. This absolute ban on foreign equity, reaffirmed in the 2026 Foreign Investment Negative List, ensures that the curation of information and the shaping of public opinion remain entirely in the hands of Filipinos. We must also confront the company's financial and labor situation allegations of insolvency and dissipation of assets, raise serious concerns, particularly for the approximately 4,000 remaining employees whose security and benefits may be at risk. At the same time, separation and retirement benefits for previously displaced workers remain unresolved. These are not abstract issues. They affect real Filipino workers and their families, and they have even been raised in the privileged speeches in this chamber. Furthermore, tax issues cited during the 2020 hearings remain outstanding. Among these, in the case of Big Dipper, which reportedly benefited from tax exemptions by locating within a PEZA zone while allegedly re-exporting digitized content to foreign subsidiaries later revealed to be owned or controlled by the same corporate interests. If true, such arrangements raise serious questions about the proper use of tax incentives and whether obligations to the Filipino people have been fully met. Mr. Speaker, we cannot and must not turn a blind eye to this. This is not about personalities. This is not about politics. This is about whether the laws we pass or choose not to mean anything at all. If there are loopholes, then they are being exploited. If there are gray areas, then they are being pushed to their limits. And if we fail to act, then we are complicit in allowing the erosion of our own authority. Therefore, I call for an immediate and thorough investigation in aid of legislation into the black time agreements and broadcast arrangements involving ABS-CBN and its partner station. Let us determine clearly and without equivocation whether these arrangements constitute a circumvention of the franchise requirement, whether effective control of broadcast operations has shifted away from legitimate franchise holders, whether this exists an uneven regulatory burden that distorts fair competition, whether ownership and governance structures comply fully with constitutional limitations, and whether tax, labor, and financial obligations have been properly fulfilled. If the answers to these questions confirm what many already suspect, then we must act decisively. We must close these loopholes, we must restore the integrity of our franchise system, and we must reaffirm that no entity, no matter how large, no matter how influential, is above the law or beyond the reach of Congress. Mr. Speaker, the airwaves are a privilege and not a right. Let us ensure that this privilege is not abused, not diluted, and not reclaimed through the back door after it has been denied through due process. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable De Jesus. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we repair the privileged speech of Congressman Presley C. De Jesus to the Committee on Rules for its proper action.
There is no objection. Chair is none. The privileged speech of Honorable Presley De Jesus from Party List Philreca is now referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize Congressman Elijah San Fernando for his privileged speech, Party List Kamanggagawa.
There is no objection. Chair is none. The Honorable Fernando is hereby recognized. Sir, you have the floor.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, mga kasama, at sa lahat po ng ating mga kamanggagawa na nakikinig sa atin ngayon, isang magandang gabi po sa ating lahat. Just a few days ago, thousands upon thousands of Filipino workers marched on the streets of Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, echoing long-standing calls for labor and wage reforms in celebration of Labor Day. The country has, once again, been reminded of the fact that workers are the ones who create the wealth of all nations. Ang lakas ng mga manggagawa ang siyang tanging nagpapatakbo sa bawat isang pabrika, kumpanya, at negosyo na pinakikinabangan nating lahat. Sa madaling sabi, walang kahit anong pwedeng pakinabangan kung hindi dahil sa lakas, dugo, at pawis ng mga manggagawa. The same obviously holds true for the media sector. Despite all the glitz and glamour afforded to the names of some of the country's largest media companies, it is the regular employees, those who toil day in and day out, who keep the bright lights of our television and gadget screens running. Ang mga writer, camera crew, reporter, security guard, at maging mga interns, mga nasa likod ng kamera ang siyang bumubuhay sa sektor ng media. It has therefore been a great source of grief and contempt for us in Kamanggagawa Party List to receive several alarming reports from the workers of ABS-CBN Corporation regarding possible labor and wage standard violations by the company. Kung kaya't nais po naming ilaan ang talumpating ito upang bigyang boses at hustisya hindi lamang ang mga manggagawa ng ABS-CBN, kundi ang bawat isang manggagawang tinatanggalan at niyuyurakan ang mga karapatan para sa regular at may dignidad na trabaho. To begin with, Mr. Speaker, the public has probably been made aware by now about an ongoing feud among the members of the Lopez family who are currently serving as top executives of ABS-CBN Corporation. This dispute is about the approval of a 2 billion peso cash infusion from their parent company, Lopez Holdings Corporation, to supposedly keep the company afloat amidst mounting losses in revenue generation. Concerningly, Mr. Speaker, a recent article by Billionaire News alleged that out of the presumed 2 billion peso cash infusion, a staggering 1.1 billion pesos has been earmarked for the retirement benefits of about 15 top executives of the company. In response to these allegations, Mr. Speaker, ABS-CBN Corporation has released a statement outright disavowing the veracity of these claims, downplaying it as mere PR attacks. Regardless, what remains true is that warring factions inside the Lopez family have emerged as a result of these internal company battles. Ngayon, Mr. Speaker, mga kasama, ano po bang kinalaman ng ating mga manggagawa sa away pamilyang ito? Para maging klaro po, walang pakialam ang mga manggagawa sa away pamilya, lalo't higit sa awayan ng mga oligarko at bilyonaryo. Ang punto, habang nangyayari ang ihidwaang ito sa kumpanya, may mga manggagawa ng ABS-CBN na naglakas loob na tumindig at magsalita tungkol sa mga posibleng paglabag sa kanilang mga karapatan, partikular sa usapin ng kontraktualisasyon, hindi pagbabayad ng sapat na sahod, at hindi ligtas na mga kondisyon sa trabaho. They have reached out to and sought the assistance of this representation in echoing their struggle for justice, and that is precisely what we aim to do. To share in brief, Mr. Speaker, mga kasama, the gist of this issue is that several workers who were hired solely as company drivers have been consistently and unduly burdened with tasks beyond the mandates of their job description, serving, for instance, as assistant cameramen during deployment. Kinuha ka bilang driver, tapos biglang naging assistant cameraman ka rin. At ano ang kapalit na bayad nito? Tumataginting na dagdag 100 piso lamang. Driver ka na. Ginawa ka pang assistant cameraman kahit hindi naman ito kasama sa pinapasweldo sa'yo. Tapos ang ibabayad o isusukli lang sa'yo ay hindi pa sapat para sa isang disenteng pananghalian. Anong klaseng pambabastos ito, Mr. Speaker? Nandyan po ang isang sumbong ng isa nating kamanggagawa. Aniya, 10 oras siyang nagmaneho papunta sa isang assignment. Walang tulog, walang pahinga. Kape lang ang panlaban sa antok at pagod. Tapos, paglapag sa area kung saan siya inassign, diretso sabak na agad sa pagbubuhat ng mabibigat na camera equipment at pag-alalay sa shooting bilang assistant cameraman. This practice remains the same even when they are deployed in high-risk areas such as during typhoons and in active conflict zones. Sa atin pong pakikipag-usap, Mr. Speaker, nalaman natin na may mga manggagawang na-deploy at naging assistant cameraman sa Marawi, sa Scarborough Shoal, at balikatan exercises kahit hindi naman ito bahagi ng kanilang trabaho. Ang husay naman po pala ng management ng ABS-CBN, Mr. Speaker. Biruin niyo ho, ginawang 3-in-1 ang ating mga manggagawa. Pinag-drive mo na, pinag-assistant cameraman mo na, dineploy mo pa sa mga mapanganib na lugar, pero ang bayad, pang isang trabahador lang. Ngayon, Mr. Speaker, bilang pagtatanggol sa kumpanya, meron pong mga social media posts na ang ilan ay galing pa mismo sa ilang mga journalist na nagsasabing hindi naman daw empleyado ng ABS-CBN ang mga manggagawang nagrereklamo. Giit nila, ang mga manggagawang ito raw ay mga kontraktual lang at nasa agency na pinatatakbo ng Third Generation Service Incorporated. Uulitin ko po, Mr. Speaker, manggagawang kontraktual lang naman daw sila, kung kaya't absuelto na ang ABS-CBN mula sa responsibilidad. To this, we say, shame on you. Kapwa nyo manggagawa ang mga driver. Pero sa halip na pakinggan ang kanilang mga karaingan, mas pinili nyong ipagtanggol ang kumpanya na hindi naman kayo kailanman pamamanahan. Let us again make our position known, Mr. Speaker. Salot at kanser ang kontraktualisasyon sa buhay ng mga manggagawa at ng bansang ito sa kabuuan. Kumikita ng bilyon-bilyon ang mga kumpanya dahil sa ganitong setup. Habang buhay na ginagawang kontraktual ang mga manggagawa sa ilalim ng trilateral work arrangement para hindi maibigay ng buo ang kanilang sahod at mga benepisyo. Dahil hindi na matiis ng mga manggagawa ang kanilang kalagayan, sila rin naman ay gumawa ng mga hakbang. Formal na silang nagsampa ng kaso sa National Labor Relations Commission. Pero dahil batid nila na hindi magiging madali at mabilis ang pag-usad ng kaso, naglunsad din sila ng protesta sa harap mismo ng ABS-CBN upang iparating ang kanilang mga pinagdadaanan sa publiko sa pag-asang makikipagdialogo sa kanila ang management. Pero Mr. Speaker, mga kasama, sa halip na sila ay kausapin, ang management sa ilalim ng pamumuno ng pamilya Lopez ay gumawa ng mga retaliatory measures laban sa mga manggagawa. Iniulat ng ating mga kamanggagawa na matapos ang naging pagkilos ay may ilang pinagbantaan na hindi na sila bibigyan ng work assignment o maaaring tuluyan ng tanggalan ng access sa pagpasok sa opisina. Let it be known that Kamanggagawa Party List will file a resolution to call for the House Committee on Labor and Employment to conduct a thorough investigation of these reports, as these are in serious and direct violations of numerous provisions of our labor code, particularly Articles 294 on security of tenure, Articles 106 to 109 to contracting and subcontracting arrangements and solidarity liability, and 162 to 165 on occupational safety and health. As disheartening as it sounds, we are not surprised by ABS-CBN and Lopez families' lack of regard to their workers anymore. Just a few years ago, unions of Sky Cable employees successfully resisted threats of mass layoffs by the company following a buyout by PLDT. It was even reported by the unions that the management offered the regular employees to reapply via a third-party contractor. Mr. Speaker, kontraktualisasyon na naman. Yan ang sukli ng Sky Cable, isang subsidiary ng ABS-CBN Corporation at nasa ilalim ng pagmamay-ari ng mga Lopez sa kanilang mga manggagawa. There was also the case of the camera crew of Set and Stage Resource Management Incorporated, a company that was owned by Freddie M. Garcia, better known as FMG, and the former president of ABS-CBN Corporation. Matapos magbuo ng union ang mga manggagawa ng set and stage, biglang isinara ni FMG ang kumpanya. Pero ang siste, inilipat lang din ang operations sa ibang kumpanya. Ganyan po kawalang hiya ang mga taong nasa likod ng ABS-CBN management. In the service of the Filipino. These are the words that are proudly etched in ABS-CBN's corporate mission. Arguably, the largest media company in the history of our country. Ito ang pinagmamalaki at pinangangalandakan ng ABS-CBN. To this, we say, ang kapal ng mga mukha ninyong tawagin ang sarili nyo bilang lingkod bayan. Kapag sinabi nating hating kapatid, ang ibig sabihin ay pantay dapat ang hatian. Walang lamangan, walang gulangan. Ngunit sa inaasta ng management ng ABS-CBN, kapag sinabi na natin ngayong hating kapamilya, wala nang ibang pumapasok na mga salita sa ating mga isipan, kundi panlalamang, pananamantala, at pandadaya. These are not isolated cases, Mr. Speaker. These are explicitly shameless displays of greed by the Lopez family, an utter lack of regard for their workers. The very same workers who stood by the company when it was facing its disenfranchisement years back. Do not get us wrong, Mr. Speaker, mga kasama. We resolutely stand for the freedom of the press, and we recognize the chilling effect that the disenfranchisement of ABS-CBN has caused. However, we are also unwavering in our stand against the exploitation of Filipino workers. Kung kaya't kasabay ng pagkilala namin sa makasaysayang papel ng ABS-CBN sa paghahatid ng balita sa milyon-milyong mga Pilipino, ay ang aming pagtindig sa aming katapatan bilang representante ng mga manggagawa ay walang iba kundi sa mga manggagawa at ordinaryong Pilipino. Hindi naman na po bago sa atin, Mr. Speaker, ang mga ganitong klaseng pagsasawalang bahala at pananamantala sa mga manggagawa. In accordance with our mandate, as Kamanggagawa Party List, we have filed several House resolutions regarding rampant labor violations committed by numerous corporations. We stood alongside our workers against the intimidation, harassment, and retaliatory efforts, and other union-busting tactics of Standard Motors and Han Casino Resort. We stood alongside our motorcycle riders against the illegal suspension and termination by Lazada and JNT. We stood alongside the union members of Package World against the violent dispersal, assault, and employment by goons of Asia Brewery. We stood in solidarity alongside the workers of Sky Cable and Set and Stage. Thus, we are now again standing alongside the drivers of ABS-CBN. To end, Mr. Speaker, we would like to circle back to our opening points. Us, the workers of the world, are the ones who keep the lights shining, who keep the faucet running, who maintain roads and the cars that run over it. We create and sustain the world. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, we must always remind ourselves that the very august chamber that we find ourselves in at this very moment has been built from the ground up by workers. It is thus acceptable for us, the supposed representatives of the people, to sit idly here and pretend that our workers are doing fine. Taon-taon na lang po natin ipinagdiriwang ang Mayo 1. Taon-taon na lang din po ang danas ng ating mga manggagawa. Panggigipit, pangharas, at samot-saring paglabag sa kanilang mga karapatan. Sawa na po ang ating mga manggagawa sa kalakarang kapag nakakaranas sila ng pang-api ay kailangan pa nilang manikluhod sa kung kani-kaninong mga makapangyarihan upang mapansin ang kanilang mga hinaing. Kailangan na po natin itong tuldukan. We, the Filipino workers, demand nothing less than the complete transformation of our broken system. A system where warring factions of billionaires do not exist. A system where workers enjoy the fruits of their labor to the fullest extent. A system where the bright lights of the stage are pointed not towards greed and exploitation, but towards care, justice, and cooperation. Mabuhay po ang bawat isang manggagawa at ordinaryong Pilipino. Maraming salamat po at magandang gabi sa ating lahat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dan Fernando, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of personal and collective privilege. The
Mr.
Executive
Speaker,
Secretary
motion
made
to
statements about me
suspended.
multiple times today, and I would like to respond.
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of personal and
Speaker,
collective
I move
privilege.
to suspend session to until tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the
Mr.
afternoon.
Speaker, I rise on a
Session
point
is
of personal and
suspended
collective
tomorrow
privilege.
at 3 p.m.